Let's see who's going to be the first one in so we could talk about what we got going on here. Yo, we got Monsuno fan in the building. You said hi, George. How are you? I'm doing good. How about yourself? How about yourself? I'm still having some technical issues with my computer, so I'm unable to stream the way I want to at the moment. So figured I would just go live and hang out with you guys while I get it sorted out. You said, how was your trip to Universal Studios? It was great. It was really great. We ended up picking a winner for the 1,000 sub giveaway. It was Liam, and he got the Universal Studios Mario Kart trophy, which I'm going to send out to him soon. I still have it with me. I still have to ship it out to him. But it was a good trip. It was a good trip. Right on, right on. You're good. Got to take a shower. What time is it where you're at? We got Near Critter in the chat. What's going on, Near? It's 11 p.m. where you're at? Oh my gosh. It's 8 p.m. where I'm at right now. Yes, I am Pakistani. How do you know? How'd you guess? And what are you? Since you're asking, what are you? I'm Pakistani. What are you? We got Gabby in the chat. What's going on, Gabby? What's going on? Gabby Clements. This is a different. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before. You said you need a new man. My boyfriend broke up with me today? Oh my God. Are you sure that you're ready for a new man if you just broke up with one today? I don't know about that. Near says, my favorite controller has to be the Power A GameCube controller for the Switch One. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What's going on, Igor? Pretty good. Gabby said he's already talking to another girl. It's like that. He moved on that quick, Gabby. He broke up with me and said we were done. Plus, I am talking to another girl. Oh my gosh. How long were you guys together, Gabby? Igor says, how are you guys? What's going on, Igor? 4 months. Oh my gosh, Gabby. Well, the good news is you can move on to somebody else, you know? Naomi's in the chat. What's going on, Naomi? Gabby says, I can't. Nobody wants me. I'm sure that's not true, Gabby. I'm sure that's not true. You just had a boyfriend. Naomi says, nothing much. I usually stream my video game stuff, but the problem is my computer's updating, so I'm unable to stream at the moment. As you guys can see, my computer's just updating right here. It's kind of a situation, so I gotta just wait. Naomi says my cousin just dyed my mom's hair. Dyed my hair. My mom's going to do it now. What color did you get your hair dyed? Guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button for me. Hit that like button for me. If you haven't, don't forget to hit that like button. It does help out a lot, guys. Pink. That's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate you guys hitting that like button. It helps out a lot, guys. It really does. But yeah, I'm just waiting for my my computer to update, so I figured I would just hang out with you guys in the chat while I was doing that. Thank you so much for hitting that sub button as well, Naomi. I appreciate that. We got a new sub. Shout out to Naomi for hitting that sub. I appreciate it. Igor says you're welcome, bud. Yeah, so we uh we had a huge issue with my computer, man. Oh, Igor says nice controller. I just saw your short that you posted. Yeah, man. I picked that up about a week ago, week and a half ago, and I was waiting to make a video, and I finally sat down and I recorded it. So I did that yesterday. I recorded that video yesterday. I also recorded another video yesterday that I'm going to put out tomorrow. But I was really excited to get that controller because it's the last one that I needed from the Nintendo Switch Online controllers. So now I got them all. Near says, sorry, I haven't been in your live streams because my power went out and nothing has been the same since. That's okay, Near. It's okay. No problem at all, Near. No problem at all. But yeah, I was trying to show off that controller. The backside of it, where it says Sega and Nintendo on it, is pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Illusions in the chat. What's going on? What's going on, Illusion? Say, hey, bro, what's going on, Illusion? You having a good week, man? Igor says, will it stay in the box or play with it? Here's the thing. Let me get up so I can show you. I actually use my NSO controllers, like the GameCube NSO controller. This isn't just sitting in the box, you know? I use this. All of those controllers I use. You said, Ibrahim said, Mr. President, what's going on? What's going on? If I'm your president, you got to give me a salute. Illusion said, bro, can I ask you? You sure can, Illusion. What's going on? Naomi says, I need a new phone case. Bad. What kind of phone do you have, Naomi? Illusion says, "Where are you from?" I'm from the USA, man. I'm from California, Los Angeles, California. Near Critter says, "Does it have analog switches in the Switch Online GameCube controller?" Um, y- yes. You're talking about the L and R buttons. Are they analog? Yes, they are. Igor says the GameCube controller is a beautiful mess. I loved playing Mario Sunshine. You and me both, man. You and me both. What's interesting about the Nintendo Switch GameCube controller is they fixed the D-pad. Remember the D-pad was rather unremarkable on the original GameCube hardware, but the GameCube controller that they created for the Nintendo Switch 2 is pretty great. That D-pad is solid. Also, they added gyro controls to that GameCube controller, and interestingly, they don't advertise that. I don't know what that's about. We got Gabby in the chat. What's going on, Gabby? What's going on, Gabby? I'm still having technical difficulties with my computer, so I just caved in and said, "All right, I'm just going to update it because I can't get what I need done on the previous OS that I was running." So I'm literally just I'm sitting here, I'm updating it. As you guys can see, it's sitting here, it's updating. You can see that bar down there slowly going. So once I get it going all the way and fully set up, I'll be able to go and stream regularly. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We got Veronica in the chat. What's going on, Veronica? Gabby says she worked a 12-hour shift. Oh my goodness, Gabby. Oh my goodness, guys. 12-hour shift is serious work. Igor says, "Wow, Gabby, have a nice meal, girl." Exactly. Exactly. You deserve it. That's a long shift. But yeah, my computer is still having some issues, so I decided I just caved in and I was like, you know what? I'll update the operating system. I haven't updated it in a long time ago. A long time. So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It's been a long time since I updated it, so I'm gonna do it. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Once it goes, everything's good. Veronica says, "Girl, you're a beast. Proud of you." Gabby's a hard worker for sure. For sure. I know that place would fall apart without Gabby. Come on, Gabby, on 4.5 hours of sleep and medium Starbucks mocha cookie crumble. That's what I'm talking about. Igor says, as shit says, "Do it, lady." Worm says, "Hello, what's going on?" Worm45. Guys, don't forget to hit that like button on the live as you're coming in. I do appreciate it. Hit that like button on the live. Veronica says, "I saw that you said it wasn't compatible since it auto updated. So good on you to just go ahead and get it out of the way." I mean, we'll see. You know, like my computer's pretty old, so we'll see if this update does what I need it to do. It's been updating for a long time. Like really, truly a long time. It's been updating for like over an hour, so we'll see. We'll see if I can get on and do and stream the way I want to tonight. But I figured I didn't want to make everybody wait, so I was like, oh, I'll just do a quick. I'll do this. I'll stream like this just for as long as it takes. Plasma asks, "Are you popular with girls?" Maybe. You never know. Veronica says, "Fingers and toes crossed, brother." Fingers crossed. I need it to work. Definitely need it to work. And that's funny because that's kind of a double entendre. I need it to work. I need it to work tonight so I could stream, but I actually use this computer to work. So I need it doubly. Gabby with the band hammer right away. I don't know if that I don't know if that was a full ban worthy comment, but yeah, whatever. Send him to the dungeon. Oh man. We'll see how long it ends up taking. I did not have a chance to update it while I was at work because I use it while I work, so it's like right now is a good time for me to try it. Veronica said banished to the Shadow Realm. Gabby said it was questionable, only 30 minutes. 30 minutes in the Shadow Realm. We'll see if they act up again. But yeah, I haven't updated my MacBook in years, guys. Like literally years. Probably the last time I did it was probably 2021, and I haven't done it since. I've updated other software, the day-to-day stuff that I use, like the Adobe Creative Suite and all that. But I haven't updated the OS in a long time. Worm says, so the last few times I haven't been able to join because they have been a little late since my time zone is different from yours. So are you okay? Are you okay with maybe doing more like this when it's earlier? Not trying to boss around or anything. Yeah, of course. Of course. If I can do if I could stream more often or like this and it's earlier, I'm happy to do it. I just got hit with a slew of technical difficulties the last few days, so we're trying to get it all the way right. Yeah, I haven't updated my computer in a long time. Igor says it flew over my head. I don't even know what it means. You don't know what means, Igor. You don't know what means. Cristiano, of course I remember you. Of course I remember. You're the one with the brother who broke the PS5. Veronica's, I'll circle back and check in with you. I appreciate that, Veronica. Igor says, what does it mean? But it's okay, I can look it up later. Is that like a serious question? Or y'all don't know what it means like in Brazil? Cristiano says, yes, I'm going to school tomorrow. That's going to be exciting, Cristiano. Guys, do me a favor. Make sure you hit that like button on the live if you've just joined in. Don't forget to hit that like button on the live. It does help the channel out a ton, guys. It does help out a ton. I'm just waiting for my computer over here to update. Once it gets updated, it'll be good to go. Warren says the schedule is a lot better for my new school. Oh, I see. And you start school a lot later this year. Worm, what grade are you in? Just out of curiosity, what grade are you going to be starting this year? You're going into middle school. That's awesome. Dang, I remember middle school. Sheesh. Cristiano says I'm going to IDEA. Oh, what's I don't know what that means. Oh, that's what it's called. That's what your school's called. Hey, Gabby says the old days. Bro, tell me about it. Oh my gosh. Seriously. What Gabby, how old are you? I'm assuming you're probably around my age because the old days, that's real. Old days, that's super real. Oh my gosh. Feels like centuries ago than when I went in when I was in middle school. Oh my God, bro. Oh, you're 28. Okay, right on. You're 28. Cristiano's 14. Worm's actually going to seventh grade, not eighth grade. Even better, you got more time. Look at you. Igor says, "Oh, I know now. We have a word for it too." See, you figured it out, Igor. You figured it out. 28, man. Sheesh. I feel like I was 28 5 minutes ago, and I blinked, and now I'm 33. That's crazy. Gabby says, "But my body and mind feel a lot older." Uh, what's crazy about getting older is like you, you don't really necessarily feel it until you do something that makes you feel it. Cristiano says, "I'm going to ninth grade." That's it. That's awesome. Shout out to ninth grade. That's high school. Wow. Still waiting on my computer, guys. This is like really going. It's taking its time. But maybe once it actually updates, I'll be able to like just set everything up in real time while I'm on live with you guys. That'd be kind of fun. Worm says, "My old school, you are hearing me right. I would start lunch at 1:25 p.m. Lunch at 1:25. You would starve the whole day. Oh my gosh, dude. When I was in high school, we had an open campus for lunch, so you could just leave school to go on your lunch break. But there was a huge catch. The lunch wasn't really that long, so you only had for as long as the lunch period was to leave campus and make it back with your food. So it was kind of a situation. Anybody that's on the West Coast, you guys will know we used to get in the car. My friend had a van, and we would get like 14 or 15 of us, and we would just fill the van up and go to In and Out. That was what we would do for lunches. We would drive to In and Out with like 15 people in one car and just go. That was crazy. We were doing that in high school. Cristiano says my old school would start lunch at 2 p.m., but now at 1:22 p.m. Oh my gosh. Go Go's in the chat. What's going on? What is this? Ask a question? I've never done this before. Let's see what happens. It says ask a question with an answer. I don't know what this is. Let's see what it does. Cristiano says, how old are you? I am 33, Cristiano. Worm says, I'm kidding. I'm going to sixth grade. What are you doing, Worm? You going to eighth grade, seventh grade, or sixth grade? You got to be honest. Luffy's in the chat. We have a legend. One Piece's very own Luffy in the chat. What's going on? I don't think this does anything, Cristiano. My name is A Tribe Called Gaming. I don't think this does anything. Like, you can't interact with this ask a question box that's on the screen, right? It doesn't do anything for you guys. It just pulls up your comments. Oh, okay. So it's like for you guys to answer. Okay, interesting. He said, hello, this is from Ask a Question. Okay, all right. All right. Well, I'm gonna put what the title of this live is. Let's see. This is so funny, dude. It just covers my face. The Dual Shock. Which one though, Igor? Which one? Which one? Which one? Because there's a few. There's a few. Gabby says the Joy-Con flexible options. Now, the question is it the Joy-Con 1, Gabby, or is it the Joy-Con 2? What is this? Lily says a driving instructor asked a blonde student, what happens when you hit the gas and brake at once? The blonde student answers, a screenshot. That's hilarious. That's a classic, like, dad joke. Luffy says, off topic, but does anyone remember the PSP? I remember the PSP. I have my PSP over there. It's right across the room from me. Gabby said the Joy-Con 2. I agree with that. I think the Joy-Con 2 are better than the Joy-Con 1, but they are still a little bit, as crazy as this is going to sound, they're still a little bit small for me. I wish they were just a little bit bigger. Luffy's talking about the PSP in the chat. Luffy, what's your favorite game to play on the PSP? Or what was your favorite game to play on the PSP? PSP was a great little handheld, man. That was a different era. Worm says, I haven't got the Switch 2 Pro controller yet, but I'm probably going to get it. I highly recommend it, Worm. It is probably my favorite controller I've ever used. It's just so good. Yugoi is in the chat. What's going on, Yugoi? What's going on? Gabby says, I got a random call from a driving training school during work today. I have had my license clean for 12 years. 12 years? Come on, Gabby. Let's go. 12 years is a long time. Luffy said, I think FIFA Street for me. Okay. I liked Luminous, which was a puzzle game. I really liked Luminous. And I really liked playing Ape Escape on the Loose on the original PSP. Also, Also, really enjoyed Loco Roco and Patapon, like Igor just mentioned, and then also really enjoyed um, the God of War games, God of War Chains of Sparta and Ghost of Olympus. Um, Hugo says it's going good. How's it going for you? It's going pretty good, Hugo. I can't complain. Can't complain. Worm says I'll be playing Madden 26 tomorrow for PS5. That's pretty tight. Pretty exciting, Worm. You said what are the things that make it better than the Switch One Pro controller? Okay, here. Maybe we could do this on live. Let's see. So I have some controllers here, right? This is the Switch One Pro controller, as you can see. One of the things is the sticks. This is they're kind of noisy. Let me put it next to my AirPods. You know, they're kind of noisy. You hear that? And then you get the Switch 2 Pro controller here, and you'll hear it's pretty quiet. I'm doing the exact same thing. Now, you might say to yourself, well, who cares if they're quiet? It's really not that serious. The glide on those analog sticks on the Pro Controller 2 or it's just infinitely better. The moment you use one, you'll be like, "Oh, I see what he was talking about." We got RFO in the chat. What's going on, RFO? Worm says, "Oh wow, you won't be annoying anyone with it." Exactly, it's so quiet. Um, Gabby says, "My boyfriend asked me to take out the trash, and there was a huge spider on the outdoor trash. So I'm like, not tonight." Well, first of all, that's where your man went wrong. What are you doing taking the trash out? Sometimes B-Raz, we don't live together, right? If she lives with her mom, so I'll go visit and I'll come over there and the trash might be full. I take it out every time. I don't let her do that. Spiders are my problem, you know? I don't need that to be B-Raz's problem. She don't like she don't like spiders either. Okay, that's valid then, Gabby. He works 65 hours. That's valid. That's valid. Very valid. Have you guys seen? Y'all don't like spiders, so I apologize. But have you guys seen those spiders in Australia where they're like huge? Have you seen those? Like, what's going on in Australia that they got spiders like that? Worm says, I was in the hot tub and I saw a giant spider, and I mean giant, and it crawled on my neck, and I thought it was just a water droplet, but when I saw it, I was like, all right, I'm out. Ugoy says, remember, guys, to like the live. I appreciate that, Ugoy. Appreciate that. Worm says, that's why I'm never going to Australia. Yeah, I this is also unrelated to that, but I went to Hawaii years ago and I saw sharks in the water, and I was like, man, I don't know if I can get into the ocean. I don't know about that. But yeah, those are not to play with over there in Australia. I don't know what they got going on over there. Absolutely insane. And then there are these big bats, like big bats. Not in Australia, but I saw like this crazy video where they were like huge bats, like they were the size of like preteens, like just big bats. Man, I'm still waiting. My computer is going super slow, man. Yeah, no, don't look, do not look it up. Do not look it up. If you look up the size of those bats, it's gonna ruin your day. Zoe's in the chat, says, "Hi, I'm a big fan." What's going on, Zoe? How's your day going? Also, I appreciate that. Appreciate that. The kind words. I mean, if you want to look it up, do it. You can look it up and report back to the chat what you saw. It's pretty crazy, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Zoe said, "I'm a big fan," and stand by. I'm leaving. Ugoy says, I too am a big fan. Appreciate that, Ugoy. Look at this. I'm still waiting on the bar to fill up, guys. That's me. Still waiting for it to fill up so I can actually turn my computer on and try and stream regularly. You said, where am I from? I'm from Los Angeles, California. Zoe says I'm bored, so bye. All right, Zoe, have a good day. Keller Renz is in the chat. What's going on, Keller Renz? Um, Worm says, well, I'm risking my traumatization. That's not a word, is it? It is. Traumatized is probably the word. Ugoy says, oh my God, it takes so long. Yeah, it's taking forever, guys. Maximus says, who do you think should be added to next season of Marvel Rivals? That's a fantastic question, Maximus. I don't know. Worm, you said what type of bat is it? I have no idea. If you just look up giant bat, I'm sure you'll find it. Um, who should be added to Marvel Rivals next? That's a great question. That's a great question. There goes, heck yeah, Gabby. Instant ban. Instant ban. Who should be added to Marvel Rivals? I think I would love to see Gambit from X-Men. I think that would be cool. Worm saw the bats. Worm saw the bats. So you were not lying. I told you. Those bats are huge. Not sure what Cristiano is saying there. Worm says, "Oh, can I see it?" Yeah, I could. Dutch Wolf is in the chat. What's going on, Dutch? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. You said I'm back for a little. What's up? I'm just waiting on my computer to update here, so I can't actually stream the way I typically stream, Dutch. So while my computer's updating, I'm just hanging out with you guys here on live. Igor says, by the way, where's the rival stream? That's a great question, Igor. I don't know, man. I don't know. I kind of haven't played Marvel Rivals. I haven't played as Jean Grey yet. I haven't played as Blade yet. I don't know even what's going on with those guys yet. Cristiano says, I can, I see the bat. Yeah, the bat is huge. But I'm not going to be showing it here. I have no way of showing it to you guys. So if you want to see it, you got to look it up. No, it's not bad to say. Zoe says you are crazy. I don't know if I'm crazy, Zoe. Arfo, it's not necessarily bad to say that. it's just sometimes when you bring up that topic, sometimes people can get a little bit opinionated or argumentative around stuff like that. So we just kind of we just keep it out of here. Kind of like bro right here, definitely gonna get hit with that ban hammer. So it's nothing wrong with that kind of conversation, but it's really more just to keep what we're doing more so focused on stuff that isn't that, you know? RFO says I've got to go to bed. Cristiano says you sound like a robot. What do robots sound like? I see. Yeah, I mean, me personally, like, I'm not really offended by any of it, and I'm happy to talk about it. But I think a lot of people, once you start talking about that stuff or politics or whatever, sometimes the tone of the conversation can go from an open one to a very closed-minded one and maybe an argumentative one. And that stuff's not fun, and that's not what I'm trying to do with the channel. So um, when people bring it up, we just shut it down. Cristiano says, "What's your girlfriend's birthday?" My girlfriend's birthday is October 6th. October 6th is her birthday. Game 123's in the chat. What's going on? Game 123. What's going on? My birthday is May 12th. Worm says my birthday is December 3rd, but it'll probably be it in a blink of an eye. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Cristiano says me too, October 6th. Shout outs to October birthdays. Shazam is in the chat. What's going on, Shazam? What's going on? You Goy's birthday is September 6th. That's coming right around the corner, you Goy. We got Kelleran says hi, Shazam. Game 123 says, I'm doing good. Thank you. I was playing Mario Party and I won 2 games. Vice Shenanigans says, I took your firstborn. Um, can I, if you give me some cheese, I'll give them back. You can have them. You can keep them. Worm says 2025 is like the fastest year in existence, so no need. Um, Shazam says, how's the Sega Genesis controller feeling? Man, it feels great, bro. It feels really great. Thank you for watching that video, though. I appreciate that. Um, that was the last Nintendo Switch Online controller that I needed. That was the last one I needed in the collection. I have the NES ones, I have the Super Nintendo ones, the N64 ones, the GameCube, and of course now Sega Genesis. So I'm pretty excited to add it to the collection. I actually picked it up about a week and a half ago or so, but I wasn't able to make a video until yesterday. So I recorded that video, that YouTube short, yesterday. So thank you for watching that, bro. I appreciate that. Um, Worm says, I swear 30 minutes ago it was New Year's Day. Now it's August 13th. Yeah, I know. The years, It's like it's flying. It is flying, flying, flying. Gabby says, I agree. The year has flown. Shazam says, in relation to the title of the stream, my favorite controller is the Switch 2 Pro controller. I'm telling you guys, the Switch 2 Pro controller is really like that. It really is like that. It's really that good. But yeah, Shazam, since you just joined us here, what I'm doing is I'm updating my computer. As you can see, there I am in the reflection. I'm updating my computer, and this bar is taking forever to move here. So that's why I'm not streaming regularly. I'm just waiting for my computer to update. Gabby says, I still can't wait for bathing suits to go away. Oh, gosh. Is that a nightmare in the dressing room situation as well? Shazam says, so much for the Pro and MacBook Pro. Well, here's the thing, Shazam. I have not updated my MacBook Pro's operating system since like 2021. So what's crazy is they literally have released so many new versions of the OS that I'm like jumping forward by so many versions. So I don't know how long it's going to take. It's been doing this for like an hour and 30 minutes or so. Igor says, all right, guys, got to go. Clock just hit 1 a.m. Enjoy the stream. All right, Igor, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you on the next one. Hopefully, on the next one, I'm back to streaming the way I usually do. Game123 says, you're so kind to Ugoy, and Ugoy says, you too to Game123. We love to see it. Worm says, everyone here is kind. That's right. That's right. Cristiano says, ignoring me. I did not see Cristiano. Oh, you said, how are you doing? I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good outside of the fact that I'm waiting for my computer. That's taking forever. But outside of that, I'm doing good. My goodness. I still can't believe people are just getting in there and doing all that. That's a lot going on for Target. Kelleran says, my favorite controller is the DualSense or the Switch Pro controller. Okay, Kelleran's, but which DualSense controller? Which one? Oh, no, the DualSense is the PS5 controller, so excuse me. My bad, my bad. And what about the Pro controller for the Switch? You talking about the Switch 1 or the Switch 2? Shazam says, did you play Sonic Adventure 2 with your new controller? Well, here's the thing, Shazam, is you can't play Sonic Adventure on the Nintendo Switch or the Nintendo Switch 2. Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 are not available on the Switch 1 or Switch 2. I agree, Gabby, that is nasty. That's really nasty. That's nasty work. Kelleran says, I'm too broke to afford the Switch 2 version. I feel you. It is expensive, but if you manage to save up for it and you pick one up, I promise you will not be disappointed. That controller is excellent. It might be my favorite controller I've ever used. I think it might be. Cristiano says, I'm going to go to sleep. I have to go to sleep and wake up at 5 a.m. So sorry. No worries, Cristiano. Get your rest. You got to go to school. Gabby says we actually have some Switch 2s. That's exciting. We'll see how long they stay in stock, though. Yugoy says, I never tried one, so my favorite controller is the Joy-Con. Kelleran says, I played it in a Walmart. It felt great, but I'm not sure if I'll upgrade. Probably when my Pro Controller gets drift someday, I will. Cristiano said, bye. Have a good night, Cristiano. I have the original Switch 1 Pro Controller. I actually have multiple Switch 1 Pro Controllers, and none of them have had any stick drift, including my Switch 1 Pro Controller that I got the day the original Switch came out, which was March 2017. I used that controller for years and years and years. It never got stick drift. You have Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 available on the Switch in Canada? There's no way, dude. I don't think so, bro. I'm pretty sure that they never released Sonic Adventure on the Switch 1 or on the Switch 2. We got B-Raz in the chat. We got B-Raz in the chat. Kelleran says, I hope mine does so I can have a reason to buy another more money for Nintendo. I mean, or you just get one down the line. You know, they'll probably do special edition or limited edition controllers, and maybe that'll be enough reason for you to buy one. Ugoy says, I live in Finland, so I just woke up. Yeah, Worm wants to know, what time is it in Finland? I'm curious. Gabby said, my sister battleship. Vraz, I made a fatal mistake here. I decided to update my computer so I could try and use Streamlabs. And as you know, I've not updated my computer in many, 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 many years. And it's just sitting here. I'm just sitting here watching the bar fill up extremely slowly. Yeah, the MacBook's still updating. It's quite the process. BRS says, hi, Gabby. I know no one in here has been safe with you in here. That's true. We've already had a few people. Already had a few people got hit with the band hammer. No way, Shazam. Well, yeah, I don't think it's gonna fail like like PCs, but it's just I haven't updated it in so long. I don't know what it's even doing, and it appears to be a massive overhaul of the OS. So we'll see. I'm only doing this so I can continue to use Streamlabs because I liked it more than OBS. But we'll see. You know, if if it doesn't update, then I guess I just won't have a computer. That would be crazy. That would be really bad. I would probably have to go and buy a computer tomorrow, like literally. Um, yeah, some the people who put zeros in front of their when they talk about the time, like 0709, usually they're on like in the US we call that like military time. I don't know what they call that abroad, but like instead of saying 1 p.m., they'll say it's 1300 hours. Worm45 is asking a wild question. It says, if you were to pick three games on the Switch 2 to play for the rest of your life, what would they be? In other words, your favorite three Switch 2 games. There are not three Switch 2 games that I own that I would do that with. So that's really tough. Um, Mario Kart World would be in that for sure. This game doesn't exist yet, but whatever the new Super Smash Brothers will be, that'll be in there. And then maybe a Pokemon game. Jason says, what do you prefer, 1 p.m. or 1300? 1 p.m. for sure. All day. I'm taking 1 p.m. every time. Shazam says, the only thing is, since I'm watching on my phone or streaming on my phone, I don't think I can, like, exit and go look at it. But I'm definitely going to go look. Once I get off of live, that'll be one of the first things I do. But either way, you can't play Sonic Adventure with a Genesis controller. You won't have any way to move Sonic around. You need an analog stick. Jason says there's not many Switch 2 games out. Exactly. There's not enough games for me to be like, yeah, these are the three that I would play forever. The system's only been out for like 2 months, so 3 months. So I gotta wait for more games to come out before I could even have that conversation. Zoe says hi, crazy. What's going on, Zoe? You boy says, has everyone liked the stream? Do me a favor, guys. If you haven't hit the like button on the stream, do me a favor, hit that like button. It does help out a ton, guys. Shazam says, oh, sorry, there's been a misunderstanding. I meant Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is 100% available on the Nintendo Switch 2. Absolutely. Sonic Adventure 2 is not. That is the last systems that released on was like the Xbox 360. Way back in the day. Way, way, way back in the day. Zoe says, what are you doing? I'm waiting for my computer to update, so I'm streaming like this right now. Kelleran says, hit like so he can afford a new MacBook. Kelleran's is a real one right there in the chat. Kelleran's is a real one. Hit that like button so I can buy a new MacBook Pro. That would be real. Zoe says, I'm at my family's house right now. That's awesome. Shazam says, that's the GameCube. Yeah. Alex says, my birthday is the 23rd. Right on, Alex. Yeah, so they released Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 back on the Dreamcast and then eventually ported those games over to the GameCube. Later on, later on, they also ported those games to the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation 3. But what's awesome about the Xbox ecosystem is you can still play Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 on the Xbox Series X or Series S if you had purchased those games back in the day on your 360. So if I wanted to, I could play Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 right now on my Xbox Series X. Can't do that on my PS5 though, because unfortunately, those there's no backwards compatibility with PS3 games to PS4 and PS5. Gabby says, "Here's $2 towards your Mac." I appreciate that, Gabby. Big love to Gabby, the banhammer wielder. I appreciate that, Gabby. I really do. You know, it goes a long way, guys. It goes a long way. I appreciate the $2, Gabby. Really do appreciate that. Eventually, we'll be able to buy a MacBook. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Um, Shazam says, was Sega ever owned by Sony? No. Sega has always been their own company since the beginning. They've not been owned by another company. But thank you so much, Gabby, for that donation. I appreciate it. Eventually, we'll get that MacBook. Eventually. Eloy says, let's go, Gabby. I will now sub to Gabby. Look at that. Gabby's just earned a sub. Kelleran says, spec out the MacBook Pro. One day. Worm doesn't know if they have a stomach. Zoe says, the whole family said hi, and the whole family are big fans of you. No way, Zoe. Your whole family knows me? There's no way. There's no way. Worm says, how many subs does Gabby have? I actually don't know. Shazam says, yo, do you remember Echo the Dolphin for the Genesis? Of course I remember Echo the Dolphin, bro. Of course I remember. Kelleran says, get the cheese grater Mac Tower. No, I can't get one of those. I need a laptop. I need a laptop. Laptops are perfect for what I do for work, and I need something that's mobile and I can take with me. The cheese grater Mac, the Mac Pro is serious. I would love to get one, but I can't use that realistically for what I do for work. Gabby says, probably no subscribers never posted. Have you ever considered posting, Gabby, or making content? You ever thought about it? They're portable and very cheap, but they're not portable enough. Not portable enough. Zoe says, yeah, they do. There's no way, Zoe. They don't all know me like that. Worm says, I stopped posting because I didn't like what I was posting. I was posting VR videos, but there were too many toxics in the game. In the games, my bad. You were posting VR videos? That's cool. If you say so, Zoe, if you say so, I'll take your word. If you say so. Look, I'm still waiting, guys. I'm literally still waiting. I swear the bar hasn't even moved. Gorilla Tag? I've never heard of that. What VR headset were you on? Were you on the PlayStation VR? Were you on the Meta Quest? Where were you playing those types of games? Zoe says, watching you on their phones right now. No way. No way. Kelleran says it's not even halfway. Bro, it's not even halfway. I've been doing this for like 2 hours. It's crazy. On the Meta Quest 3. Okay, I got you. Shazam says, I'll use the echolocation features to find you a new MacBook. Bro, please. I need it desperately. And we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Because this is now going to be close to the latest um, operating system on one of the oldest MacBooks that is supported on still. So we'll see if my computer starts chugging and is even slower than it was before. That's a very real possibility. It is an Intel MacBook. Yeah, it is an Intel MacBook. It's a 2018 i9 Intel MacBook. Um, Gabby says don't really have a possible setup, but you have a phone, Gabby. You could definitely do content from the phone. Zoe says, "Do you want my computer?" No, it's okay. You need it. Ghost Edit says, "Guess what? What's going on, Ghost?" Worm says, I have a MacBook that's like somehow older than me. Kelleran says, probably due for an upgrade if possible. The Intel Macs aren't great. No, I know. Trust me, I know. Shazam says, look at what I found with Echo Location. Shazam is a real one. Shout out to Shazam for that huge $15 dono. That's real. I appreciate that. Hopefully that echolocation will lead me to a new MacBook. I do appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, bro. Kelleran says probably due for an upgrade. Intel Macs aren't great. I know. So the M series MacBook Pros are beastly. I already know. I already know, and my eyes are set on a M series Mac. Um, I just have been trying to ride this MacBook out until the wheels fell off, so to speak. But thank you so much to Gabby for the donation, and of course to Shazam, who's out here donating haircuts to me and using echolocation to find me a MacBook at the same time. Is there anything that Shazam cannot do at this point? I really do appreciate that. Worm says, speaking of echolocation, where is Odd Rock and Pauline? That's a great question. I don't know. We haven't seen Odd Rock and Pauline in a while. Ugoy says, oh my god, I'll try to sub to you if I find your channel. Zoe says, I'm a boss for accompanied for a company. I do appreciate that, Shazam. B-Raz says Shazam is always there for any need. I really do appreciate that, man. Eventually, I will be able to buy a MacBook, and it's going to be a serious machine. And also, I'll be able to get another haircut. So I appreciate that. I really do, man. My computer, it's still, I swear it hasn't moved. And I'm too far into this update now. I gotta just let it ride out. I don't know what's gonna happen, if it's gonna even finish updating, or if it froze, or what the situation is. But I'm so far into the process now that all I can do is just all I can do is accept it. Shazam says, you will, bro. All is good. Love the channel. I do appreciate that. I do really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Shazam. Kelleran says, your computer will blow up at 3 a.m. Honestly, if it blows up, it blows up. Um, Zoe says, yeah, do you want me to donate $10,000? That's your prerogative, Zoe. If you got 10K that you could just drop off like that, then go for it. But don't put yourself in a situation where you can't afford to do anything after that. Gabby is asking the right questions. She says, did you back up your data? Perhaps let's have a conversation about that then. Have I backed up my data? Check this out. These are two hard drives that I use. These are my daily drivers right here. These are my daily drivers here. These are two LaCie drives. Together, this is 8 terabytes of data right here. So I 100% have everything I need here. This is 8 terabytes of data, but it doesn't stop there. Let's go check out some of my other hard drives. Shout out to Gabby for asking the real questions. This little black box right here is a 4 terabyte hard drive. This is an external, it requires external power. This is a 4 terabyte hard drive right here. And you thought we were done. You said, man, how much do you need, bro? You thought we were done. We're not done. Hold on. Hold on. I have nothing to do, so I can do this and show off. What a fun live I'm doing, showing off external hard drives. Let me see. Is that all of them? Hold on. Is that all of them? No, there's one more right here. There we go. So, I showed you three 4 terabyte hard drives, right? So here I am with more. This one is a 2 terabyte hard drive. This one is a 1 terabyte hard drive. This G drive is 2 terabytes. And this black one here is 1 terabytes. So I have so much, so much data. It is backed up. So if my computer were to explode, it would be okay because I have everything that I need. I have more than everything that I need. I have everything. I use a lot of data, guys. A lot. I use a lot of data. Check this out. You're like, what is this? SD cards, 256 gigs each. I use a lot of data. I really do. And it doesn't stop there. I have a ton of other interesting stuff here as well. I'm trying to see if I can find one. I'm reaching in my backpack to try and find it. I might not be able to find it easily though. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe it's in here. No. Yeah, I have everything backed up to answer your question in short. Ridman says, you remember me, bro? Absolutely, Ridman. What's going on? What's going on? I kind of missed the chats while I was showing off my external hard drives. Let me see. Let me see. Worm said a 10,000 donation would be insane. Absolutely. Zoe says, do you want me to donate 10,000 to you? Only if you got it, Zoe. Shazam asks, could Apple enhance your computer for you? No, they can't. The best they could do is give me a new battery, which isn't going to do anything for me. Kelleran says at 1 million likes, the MacBook detonates. Um, Kelleran says, you got a lot of terabytes. I got a lot of terabytes. I also have. I also have. Um, I also have unlimited storage on Dropbox. So yeah, I have a lot of storage. Somebody said I had crumbs in my beard. That's crazy. I don't think so, dog. D-Raz says storage on storage. Yeah, I have literally everything. I also have. I couldn't find it quickly enough to show it to you guys, but I have a USB stick. I have a USB stick that is a 1 terabyte stick as well, which is nuts. Worm says, "What does it mean to have crumbs in your beard?" I don't know. It means like you have food in your beard. Zoe says, "Bye, crazy." All right, Zoe. Ridman says, "Yo, what's good, bro? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Thanks for popping by, Ridman." Do me a favor, guys. If any of you haven't hit that like button on the live, make sure you hit that like button. It does help out a lot, guys. Solo Wolf's in the chat. What's going on? That's right. If you're new here, don't forget to hit that like button and consider subscribing as well, guys. Zoe says I like crazy people. That you better be careful. Better be careful because there are some real wild people out there. Gabby says you'll like me then. But yeah, that's right. Gabby was the one asking the real questions because they're like, yeah, what if your computer explodes? What are you gonna do? Yeah, well, everything's backed up, so it's backed up and then some. Zoe says, yeah, I'm a girl. Oh no. Solo Wolf says, welcome to dating simulation. I don't know about all that, Solo. Worm says, don't forget to like the stream if you're new. That's right, Worm. That's right. Worm says, I'm being an influencer now. You're doing great, Worm. Yeah, this is taking a long time. It it still is like not even at the halfway point. So if I had to guess, there won't be a gaming stream tonight as a result. Mom says, bruh, you're a fine yellow man. I like you, bruh. You you Beer, as you missed it, there was a different Gabby here earlier. Not our Gabby, channel member slash moderator slash banhammer wielder Gabby. There was a different Gabby here earlier. As soon as I got live, she came in here. She was talking crazy. Let me see if I can still see her. She came in and she was like, um, "He's mine. I like you." I was like, "Oh, great. Here we go." Um, B-Raz says, "You're a crazy, crazy girl, Zoe." Kelleran says, "Everyone never buy Apple again. They cancel stream." Well, I can't recommend that personally. I've had a lot of great success with Apple, and I'm going to continue to use them. It's just this is my own fault for not updating this MacBook over the years. Adam Ahmed, what's going on? I'm from California. Shazam says I'm playing Sonic Spinball on Genesis. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. You know what would be fun? I don't know if you can, but it would be fun to play Sonic Mania with with the Sega Genesis controller. That would be pretty tight. I'm sorry to hear that, Adam. Okay, we're still. I swear it's still sitting in the same place too. Just chugging here. Ugoy says, guys, remember to like, sub, and join the Discord if you can. Appreciate that, Ugoy. Maximus says it's still loading. It's still loading. It's still loading. That's crazy, right? That's crazy like Zoe. Kelleran says, yeah, I would shut it down. I don't think it's moved at all. I don't know, man. I'm at a point where I don't know if I should shut it down or just let it try and cycle through it. I don't know. I've debated shutting it down. Um, Shazam says that's update data from years of neglect. Literally, it's a lot of neglect. It's not even that necessarily. It what it is like, how can I explain this? I use software like every day, like Adobe Premiere, Photoshop, Lightroom, etc. And like over the years, I've noticed that like if they update, I'm like, dude, I'm like, this is taking too long. Like it's taking too long to launch these apps, etc., etc. And so what I just did was I was like, let me just not update the software anymore and use it where it was at, where it was great, solid. And I was like, yeah, I'm just not going to update. So I just haven't updated just to stick with what I had going. But today we're doing it, and it's taking um, centuries here. Did I miss? Did I miss a chat or what's going on? Shazam says, "Sup, Zoe? Give me a call." Fable says, "G Dog, B Raz, and gang. How is everyone?" Fable, what's going on, bro? How you feeling, man? Personally, I'm kind of in a little predicament here, Fable. I usually am streaming and playing, as you know, but I ran into a unique situation yesterday where my Streamlabs software, which is what I use to stream my gameplay and stuff, decided to randomly update, and then it decided that it would no longer work with my current operating system on my MacBook Pro. Um, so I had to look into that today while I was at work. I was on the forums and stuff and discovered that it is a problem. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to update my computer's operating system so I can continue to use Streamlabs. So I did that. And it's still updating. It is still updating 2 hours later, as you can see here. So because that's what we got going on, I'm streaming like this for the meantime, just hanging out with people in the chat. That's what we got going on right now. Zoe says, Shazam, I need your number. Look at that. Look at that. We got Randall Escobar in the chat. What's going on, Randall? Fable says, I'm okay. I hope you guys are well. And yo, that's good with me, George. I enjoy these kind of chats, but I hope you figure out a solution as that has thrown a spanner in the works. It definitely has. Doesn't Pakistani work? You're hilarious. Mobile says, "Hey, you're the best." What's going on, Mobile? Um, yeah, I mean, I should be able to figure it out, but this is just really a software issue slash. old hardware issue. So we'll see. But I also do enjoy streaming like this. I feel like I'm doing Fable style, like Fable streams like this. So I feel like I'm doing it like you do. Appreciate you, Mobile. I appreciate you. Guys, if you're just joining us, don't forget to hit that like button on the live. It does help out a ton. Shazam says, geez, Sega has some weird games. Yeah, there's a lot of weird games in there. Shazam, isn't Sega just Sonic games? No, Sega has a ton of games, Worm. They have a ton of games. Oh my gosh, dude. They have like, okay, you have the Sonic games, then you have Persona, the Persona series, you have Metaphor ReFantazio, you have Super Monkey Ball, you have Crazy Taxi, you have Jet Set Radio, you have the Yakuza series. What else? Like a Dragon. I forget what it's called, but Samba de Amigo, Samba de Amigo. Sega owns Persona, yes. Persona is made by Sega. Um, there's more too that for whatever reason, I'm blanking on. Those older Sega games, I kind of blank on, but there's a lot. Sega owns Atlas, which is the people that develop Persona. Bryson says no, they don't. Yes, they do. Bryson, go look it up. Go look it up. Go look who develops Persona. Atlas develops Persona, and who owns Atlas? Sega owns Atlas. Go look it up. I do remember Vector Man. Gabby says bonjour, comment allez-vous? Broken high school French. Worm says I really only know Persona from Joker. You should check out the Persona games if you ever get a chance. But yeah, Sega makes a lot of different games. Yeah, I can't do all that French. I don't have it. I don't have it. But they make a ton. Let me see. I'm gonna list Sega games right now, and there's a lot. There is a lot. So there's Seventh Dragon, Afterburner, Alex Kidd, Alien Syndrome, Altered Beast, Answer Cross Answer, Bayonetta, Border Break, Bug, Chain Chronicle, Choo Choo, Rockets, Clockwork Knight, Crazy Taxi, Code of Joker, Columns. Zoe loves crazy people. That we know. Derby Owners Club, Dinosaur King, Doki Doki, Penguin Land, Echo Dolphin, Full Auto, Ghost Squad, Golden Axe, The House of the Dead, Jet Set Radio Future, the Yakuza series. It's a lot. It is a lot. There's still more. Panzer Dragoon, Phantasy Star, Puyo Puyo, Sakura Wars, Samba de Amigo, Sega GT, Sega Rally, Shenmue, Shinobi, and of course Sonic, Space Channel 5, and many more. Virtua Fighter. There's still more, but I'm just at that point I don't feel like saying all of them. Bayonetta was weird. Nah, bro, Bayonetta was incredible. Fable says, "Man, I recently applied to get my old job back. They're kind of desperate and need reliable workers, so I think the odds are on my side, but I'm really having to bite the bullet here." Well, hopefully, they give it to you, bro. Shazam says Yakuza was a bad attempt for a GTA series. No, 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 no. It's not trying to be GTA, Shazam. It's not trying to be GTA. It's different. It's very different than GTA. I've played most of the Yakuza games. I've played Yakuza 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. They are not like GTA. They're not trying to be GTA at all. They're more so, if anything, they're more similar to the Shenmue games, which are also developed and owned by Sega. They're not quite like Grand Theft Auto. Zoe says, I love cute and crazy people. Fable says Scarface and Driver were more like GTA. Yeah, or the True Crime series, like True Crime Streets of LA, or Saints Row. The Saints Row series was like that as well. But Yakuza is not really like GTA. It's like a, it's like a semi open world beat 'em up game. It's not really about what they got going on with GTA. It's very different than GTA. Ugoy says, "Can you give us on Discord before 1K rank?" I'm not sure what you're asking me, Ugoy. Saints Row had a real opportunity to be fired, just didn't capitalize. Yeah, and then they started rushing those games out. The last one they put out was like genuinely bad, like not good. Don't you know? In rank, yeah, I'm not sure what you mean though when you say that. Like, what do you mean a rank? Zoe says, I'm gonna look for a boy that's cute and crazy. That person might be Shazam. Shazam says, I remember you can go streaking in St. Rose. TJ says my favorite video game controller is the PS5 DualSense controller. That's a great controller, man. The only problem with it is the battery life is bad. That's the only problem about it. Yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know like what Discord ranks are. Like I don't really understand what that stuff is. If I can like come to understand all that stuff, I'd absolutely be open to it. Guys, we have motion. Would you look at this, guys? We have motion. My goodness. We have motion. We have some motion here, guys. Fable says, whoop whoop. It only took almost like 2.5 hours, but we got it. Got it. TJ says, I've had my PS5 for a few months and it only died on me a few times. Maybe 4 times max, but I always charge it. Yeah, the battery life is just not good on those DualSense controllers. Like, comparatively, compared to the Nintendo Switch, it's dramatically worse than the Nintendo Switch Pro controller battery life. Even the Nintendo Switch 1 Pro controller, it's like way worse. My Xbox Series X controller battery lasts way longer. The DualSense is a really great controller. I like that feedback that you get on the triggers, but because of that feedback, and it really dramatically drains that battery. Um, it's a really nice controller, really fantastic controller, but man, that battery life is really poor. Wow, my computer's finally updated, guys. I can't believe it. And I've had my PS5 since it came out in November of 2020. Man, I it's a lot. That battery is not good. Yeah, well, that's the thing with the Xbox controller is because it has like a lack of features like gyro controls and like those those triggers, or like how the Switch 2, Switch 1 has like HD rumble. The battery is like insane on those controllers, so it's a great controller. Like they're all really good in their own ways. I personally prefer, like, if I'm gonna if I'm gonna say what I prefer, like I prefer this layout. This is my Xbox Series X controller. I prefer this analog stick layout to the way that Sony handles it. Like, this is my PS3 controller. I don't like the sticks being down here next to each other. I prefer them being kind of separated. Again, like how they are on the PS5. So I really like that they went this direction with the Switch 2 controller and Switch 1 controller. But they've been doing that since the GameCube. They've been doing that for a long time. But I agree. I think that Switch that Switch 1 Pro controller and that Switch 2 Pro controller is shockingly good. Yes, I do have the original launch PS5 controller, but I also have a brand new um, PS5 controller as well. And the battery's still bad on it compared to the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller or the Xbox. This is a brand new. This is a Model 5 PS5 controller. I also have the PlayStation Portal, if anybody likes or cares about that. No, I don't do anything with drywall. Oh man, yeah, that anvil, man, it just gave me such flawless hair here, you know? Man. Kelleran says, being a lifelong Xbox player, switching to PlayStation, that surprisingly never bothered me. The thing, Kelleran's, the thing that bothered me the most was the PS3. The PS3's DualShock controller was just like not good, dude. Like it's just so lightweight, and then it had really bad motion controls. That six-axis motion control is really bad. Zoe says, I'm 14 and I'm a girl, and I'm looking for a boy that's cute and crazy. Oh my gosh, dude. Click wallpaper to show desktop items. We finally got the Mac updated, guys. We finally got it updated, guys. Ugoy says PS5 or the Switch 2? Switch 2. Fable with the right advice says enjoy your childhood, Zoe. That's right. Worm says I forgot the PlayStation Portal existed. It's basically a PlayStation Switch. Well, it's not quite a PlayStation Switch because you can't directly play games natively on the portal. You can and you can't. Shade says still troubleshooting. I see my boy Shade. We actually finally got it up and running here. It took a long time, but we're actually back. So I should be able to start streaming any minute now. B-Raz says, Zoe, trust me, girl. It's a girl. Just focus on school. That's right. Fable says, man, the eagerness to grow is something we've all been through. But honestly, you don't have to rush stuff. Kelleran says it's actually worse than a PlayStation Switch. And Fable says what B-Rad said. Um, Kelleran says, are these big Mac OS updates impressing you yet? Honestly, I don't think I'm going to see any of the benefits because I'm running on an Intel-based MacBook. So I really doubt that I'm going to see a situation where I'm like blown away by what they got going on. I would love to be wrong, but I just think my hardware is too old. And trust me, I know it is too. So, it's not like I'm in denial. I know that I need a new computer. Shazam says, focus on high school. Zoe says, I'm about to graduate high school. Aren't you? Didn't you say you were 14? You're not going to graduate yet. Worm says, people will probably expect the next Nintendo console to have 8K and 900 FPS based on their expectations with the Switch 2. And they would be wrong. The PS5 can't even do 8K. It's not happening. It's not happening. We're still far away from a situation where you can do lots and lots of cool things like that. And we're also in a position where there's going to be a lot of diminishing returns with the graphics and stuff. Like the games can only look so good, you know? TJ says, once I get me a job, I'll start looking for somebody. You have to have money to have a girlfriend. Girlfriends are expensive, TJ. This is right. This is right. Worm says, yep, very wrong. Ugoi says, I need to go to school day. Remember, I live in Finland. All right, Ugoi, you do what you got to do. Shazam says, spare a terabyte, George. Shazam, you can have all the terabytes, bro. I, bro, you saw me holding up the hard drives earlier. You can have them. You can have them. If you need them, you can have them. Kelleran says, this might be a dumb question, but is the Switch 2 the first console with Ethernet built into it? No. The first one would be the Nintendo Switch OLED. The Nintendo Switch OLED had an Ethernet port built into the dock. So it would be the Nintendo Switch OLED. Zoe is not hearing any of this gracious advice from the elders in the chat. Shazam says, "Let's go." Yeah, if you need some terabytes, man, I got you covered. Clearly, I got too many. One thing I'll say to you, B-Raz, and I'll say to you, Gabby, as that was kind of a lot going on, I'm not mad at the engagement it was giving me in the chat, though. B-Raz said, sit in your thoughts for 30 minutes. Oh my gosh. Um, Worm says also they're complaining with no OLED screen when we have HDR. Um, yeah, it's not a big deal, man. Kelleran says, bro took all the storage he has to share. You could have it. Listen, I have most of my stuff backed up across 2 or 3 drives, and then I have unlimited Dropbox. So, like, I genuinely have those 4 that I held up as a stack, those 4 hard drives, I'm not actually using. They're not in rotation. B-Raz says she's on timeout. Shade says I apparently missed it. Bro, you absolutely missed it. We had one of our recruits was acting up, and B-Raz, the captain, threw her overboard. TJ says I'll pay for the shipping. The captain had enough and threw her overboard. Shazam says that necklace you have, it says B. Does that mean B-Raz? It does. This is B for B-Raz. That is absolutely what it is. Kelleran says this stream should have been renamed to hard drive stream, SSD stream. I actually want to get some new. I want to get some new hard drives. I want to get the Samsung T9s, which are really small. B-Raz says I put her facing the wall and to think about what she said at Fable. TJ says you should give away some of them like you did that trophy. Bro, nobody's gonna want a giveaway for nobody's gonna want a giveaway for hard drives. Kelleran says you do not need more. Actually, I do, because the Samsung T9s have a faster write speed. As you can see, I'm someone who genuinely uses a lot of data, and I'm moving data quite often. So you can imagine I need the fastest write speeds possible for the stuff I'm doing. Um, those Samsung T9s are fast. They're very efficient. Um, Gabby says she left a life preserver with a long ladder to climb to get back. And Fable says LMAO B-Raz. And TJ says they might. TJ, do you need a hard drive, bro? What's going on, bro? Gabby says, George, you crazy. I'm just looking for crazy people. I just love crazy people so much. TJ says, I don't need one because I have a PS5. I don't have a PC. Ah, I see. I see what you're saying. Shade says, imagine needing data. I just have friends who eat all my RAM. Oh my gosh, guys. You know what I can say? You know what I can say, Kellerans? I'm shocked that I'm saying this. My computer appears to be running faster than it was before. Oh my gosh. B-Raz says, I'm a 28-year-old girl and I like crazy. And Fable says, lucky for B-Raz, George is living La Vida Loca. Um, Gabby says, no way, girl, I'm 28. Look at that. Would you look at that, guys? I'm genuinely, like, sincerely, it is actually running faster than I thought it would. It's it's quite snappy, I'll say. Shazam says that's cool. I'm only nine, but Shazam's looking for crazy people, crazy people. But I don't think Shazam was with it though because she was asking Shazam for the phone number. Braz says makes sense why we both have no patience for these trolls, Gabby. Shazam says she was too young for me. Valid. Kelleran says, bro, I'm actually 3 weeks old. Somebody asked me if I had parents, and I was like, no, dude, I don't. I just spawned. Didn't that happen to you guys? Like you just snapped into existence? Like that's what happened to me. Shade says, as a 25-year-old, I'm also looking for crazy things. Those crazy DPS metas. Come on, George, give us the strats. Worm says, I might be the youngest here. You might be, Worm. We do have a lot of young homies in the chat, though. We do have a lot of young homies that are in the Discord and in the chat on occasion. So, shout out to all the youngins that we have. Fable says, I was made in a test tube like the Spice Girls. Fable says, no, the Powerpuff Girls. TJ says, no, I had a bird carry me to my parents. They ordered a baby airstrip on their location. Kelleran says, Fable, that's crazy. Shade says, man, I remember waking up in the source code and just kind of existing, specifically the source engine. I was born in Unreal Engine 5. Worm says, I was made in a place called Hawkins Lab and I had a number tattooed on my arm. TJ said, crazy. I was crazy once. They locked me in a room, a rubber room with rats, and the rats made me crazy. TJ became one with the rats. Kelleran says, I was included in Earth's latest update. You can read the patch notes. B-Raz says I was crazy once and they strapped me into a white suit where I couldn't move my arms. Ridman is back in the chat. What's going on, Ridman? Gabby or B-Raz, I need the banhammer on James Dillon expeditiously. TJ says B-Raz with some laughing and crying emojis. Crying emojis, I believe, not laughing. There we go. I appreciate that. Ridman says I'm good. How about you? I'm doing pretty good, man. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. Shay says, crazy you had sanity. Please share some with me. Fable says, sorry for snapping back. I shouldn't do that. I didn't even see what you were talking about. What are you talking about, Fable? I don't even know what you were referencing. Worm says, I was crazy once when I had this ice cream that had God knows what in it, but it helped me not get mad at Mario Party. Ridman says, what are you talking about? We're talking about how we came to be. So some of us just spawned into the ether, you know? That's how what we're talking about. Oh, okay, Fable, I didn't see that. I did not see that. That's hilarious. Sorry, I'm still like messing around with my computer here. Shazam says I came from ether. Or neither? Is that what you're trying to say? I don't know. Do you guys think she's still in here? Like reading all this? Ridman says, do you play Grow a Garden? No, I don't know what that is. TJ says, the teacher said, stand up if you feel stupid. Little James. The teacher says, why do you think you're stupid? He said, I don't think I'm stupid, I'm just sad. Kondo says we passed 100,000 views on my YouTube channel. Congrats, Kondosh. Congrats. B-Rev says, I hope so. And Shade says, nah, they're gone. I think it would be funny because she's probably like, dang, they banned me because I was saying I like crazy people, and now they're in there talking crazy. Ridman says, oh, play it on Roblox. It's fun because it has 21 million players. Where, okay, where do you play Roblox? Is like Roblox on the PlayStation? Is it on the Xbox? Is it on the Switch? Is it just a mobile game? Like, where do you play it? Like, do you play it on you play it anywhere? What is Roblox? Is Roblox just like Minecraft? Fable says some girl in my chat does Roblox content, so I assume she was younger or something. But she's recently been writing these mini essays on climate change in my chat, so I don't know what to think. That's hard to say, bro. I don't know. I always assume when someone plays Roblox that they're younger. I think that's valid. Shade says I came from some kind of train and the guy in a suit saying that I had been hired for some job. VRS says I don't know who he was telling that to, but he needed to go after that. He wasn't talking to me. Worm says I came from a place called the Subspace Industry. I came from a place called the Subspace Emissary. Shazam says you can play Roblox on your phone. It's a game with thousands of mini games. Shade says Roblox is marketed towards kids. Crazy the news that came out of this. But so, like, is it not just Minecraft? I always thought that it was like literally Minecraft, like a. This is gonna sound disrespectful. I don't mean it that way, but I always thought it was like a wannabe or like a bargain bin Minecraft. Fable says they're filming the new Spider-Man in Glasgow at the minute. It's actually hilarious. How far away is that from you, Fable? Because if it's there, you better just run onto the set and make your make your acting debut. TJ says Lego Minecraft, but calling it Minecraft. I see. Roblox is made up of a ton of different games. Kondosh says Roblox is a platform that has many games created by Kondosh, excuse me, many games created by people and features a digital currency to buy game passes and accessories for your avatar. Also a pervert hotspot. That's crazy, Fable. Glasgow. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Glasgow is 7 hours away from me. Well, you got to go make that trip then, bro. Um, Worm says Minecraft is such a good game. Shade says it's kind of more like Unity or Unreal Engine. They give you tools to make your own game. Tools. So, has anyone played Game Builder Garage on the Switch? Is it like that? Like I've seen videos of Roblox and I kind of understand like what it looks like, but every time I've seen content from Roblox, it just looks like people are just running around doing nothing. And then Shazam says I played Mario Maker. Dude, Mario Maker's excellent. Worm says I heard that we shouldn't talk about Game Builder Garage. I've never said that here. Game Builder Garage talk is welcome. Someone else said that. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Yeah, the update finished. I'm back in. I'm back in. I'm back in. I'm like messing around and trying to see what the new stuff is and also see if I still have access to the stuff that I was using prior. Nick Saturn's in the building. What's going on, Nick Saturn? What's going on? Welcome, welcome. The boy, the kid, the man, the myth, the legend. Nick Saturn's in the building. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. And would you look at that? My Streamlabs is back. Look at that. Everything's still there, the way I had it set up. Would you look at that? It's all still there. That's great. We're back in business. Fable says we're back in business, bro. That's right. Man, that was a lot going on to get here, but somehow we made it. Sheesh. Somehow we made it. My boy said Armenian. I'm not Armenian. You from Glendale, bro? B-Raz instantly said, "We're not having that talk." Worm says, "I have a theory that you could do kind of like what you could do with Super Paper Mario, where you could switch between 3D or 2D in Mario Maker 3." I don't know if we're getting all that in Mario Maker 3. I I would love to see it, and that would be massive. That would be massive if we got that, but I don't know if it's going to be that. I would still expect Super Mario Maker 3 to just be 2D games. Shade says he's just jealous you got looks and a baddie. I mean, come on, Shade. That's what I'm talking about. Come on. Come on. Like, I literally got all this, and I'm supposed to be worried about internet trolls. I got it made, y'all. I really got it made. You know? I even got her up here. I mean, come on, y'all. Come on. Come on, man. I'm chilling. Internet trolls, they fall right off me. I'm not worried about it. Nick says, and you live right by Universal Studios. On top of that, they're jealous. Were those frameless? No, they're not frameless. They're in a like a unified frame up there. So yeah, that's I'm not worried about people on the internet at all. Like at all. I'm I'm like very ruthless and very savage when I'm not here on live. So I have seen the worst of it on the internet. I'm not at all worried about. I've seen wild stuff in real life. Someone coming in here and saying anything about me or to me, like it just rolls right off of me. And B-Raz, as she just said, I'm the one who doesn't stand for the troll. B-Raz shuts it down. Fable says I was thinking to get a baddie to sit in my streams, but then I'd have a community of gooners. This is valid, bro. You got to be careful. It's a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game. The thing that the thing that I've noticed, and I knew it would go this way, but the thing that I've noticed is when I do streams with B-Raz sitting right next to me, it's like out of here. It just goes. It's way out of here. Like the views go up, the likes go up. It's crazy. Jay Plays is asking us to use brain rot language. Oh, Gabby, shut it down. You guys didn't want to you didn't want to play with the brain rot. Worm says, I hope I get a girlfriend. LOL. I'm sure you will, Worm. I'm sure you will. Shade says, you live in California. That state is a state of crazy. The Ohio and Florida of the West. Nick Saturn said, hey, Gabby, get lost. And then Shazam said, can we get some hammers in the chat? Shazam said, B-Raz coming in with the band hammer. Shade said, I see that now. If I ever had pics to hang, I want to get at least one that's a frameless look. Um, TJ says, so they put in an order for me, and my parents sent some DNA strands through a particle collider, and a year later, a bird dropped a baby airstrike through the roof of our house, and that's why I'm slow. We're not timing out, Nick. We're not timing out, Nick. Oh my gosh, guys. But yeah, I've considered having, this is more towards Fable. I've considered having B-Raz like sitting on the streams next to me, like, or even while we're playing. I feel like those streams would go a lot more crazy. What? You just hit him with the instant ban. Shazam says, B-Raz, how's the cat? Do you ever give it catnip? Fable says, I don't know, man. I think B-Raz would attract so many weirdos. Well, for starters, she attracted me, so I think you might be onto something. Um, but also, no, um, B-Raz gets hilarious DMs, and it's just it's just a mess, man. But that comes with the territory. If you want to listen, guys, listen, especially to the young ones in here. If you want to get a baddie, when you get a baddie, you're gonna have to deal with the consequences of having a baddie, and that means there's a lot of eyeballs on them, and that's just it. That's just what comes with it, guys. You got to accept it. B-Raz says, yes, at night I give her catnip. She gets crazy and then gets tuckered out. TJ says, real talk, though, it is really sad what the world has come to. So many people out there are so awful nowadays. That's true. It's true. But yeah, if you end up getting a baddie, you got to deal with the consequences of having one. I've had I've had um actual famous people, celebrities, musicians hit on B-Raz in front of me. Fable says, I think some of the comments don't upload for me. That's weird. I wonder why. Shazam says, no, he means in the sense that she is a good looking person, so she would enable weirdos. But that's it. It's just, it comes with it, though. It comes with it, though. I've actually had like musicians hit on B-Raz in front of me, or just random people come up and compliment her while I'm right there too. And then also, if we go somewhere, Super Luigi says the best controller is the N64 controller or the one planned for the PS3. That's a big troll because you know the N64 controller is weak, and that Boomerang PS3 controller was weak too. Um, But yeah, I've had people come up and compliment B Raz right in front of me. But also, I can't leave her alone anywhere. Like if we go out, I can't leave her alone for like 30 seconds because someone will come over and start talking to her. So it just comes with the territory. It comes with the territory. Wouldn't it be funny if we all did a meetup one day and I like walked away and then B Raz was right there and some guy tried to hit on B Raz and then Gabby just out of nowhere just threw a hammer at that person from across the room? That would be hilarious to me. Kelleran says, has anything crazy happened? No, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. Um, Fable says, I just had a vision of George dueling multiple guys in the street. TJ says, you can get a hammer. Gabby says, oh, I would. Shay says, they put to steal your girl. That's why we have TGS. G, sniper. That's right. That's right. Gabby playing a Solar Titan in real life. Yeah, no, I don't often leave her unattended, right? But on occasion it happens. And I'll always notice, I'm like, oh, there's that guy over there is checking her out. Oh, this guy wants to say something. It's really funny. But again, again, it comes with the territory. It comes with the territory. Saiyan says, are you a SS soldier? No, I'm SSG SS4. You guys know what to do. You hit him. Cristiano's back. You're supposed to be asleep. You're supposed to be asleep. One second, guys. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. It was one of the trolls from the internet. They came to my door and they said, hey, we heard about B-Raz. We'd like to hit on her. So I had to shut it down just now. Fable says, it's 6:30 a.m. and I'm eating a steak slice. I've lost control of my life. Or perhaps you're taking control of it. Nick says, is the bad comfy? It is. Imagine I fell asleep on live. TJ says I would love to be a moderator and help out because there's so many bad messages I'll be seeing before y'all ban them. What was this, man? Oh wow. People are so crazy, bro. People are so crazy. Fable says sleep streaming is a thing, you know. Yeah, I have heard. I have heard it's a thing. Not something I'll be doing. Nick says every $5 donation an alarm goes off and wakes George up. Kelleran says exactly. This is how you grow your channel. What is going on? Look at Lil Bro telling me he's trying to Lil Bro me. You're a Lil Bro, bro. Get out of here. Send him to the Shadow Realm. Get out of here, bro. TJ says, so do you stream in your bedroom? Yes, this is my bedroom. Sleep fundraiser for a MacBook. I appreciate that, Gabby. It's like people who don't even have a picture of themselves, they want to try and do all that. It's like, what are you talking about, bro? TJ said, I didn't know if it was your living room or not. No, some people have asked, but no, it's my room. I'm not streaming from like my living room or anything. This is just my bedroom. Yeah, that username was wild. Yeah, the little bro thing is crazy. I'm like, who is gonna son me like that? I have sons out there. I really do. Not in this space, not in this gaming space, but in real life, I have sons out there, you know? TJ says, so do you have a house or an apartment? An apartment, bro. Shade says, imagine not having to pick yourself. No, it's not even like that. Because obviously many of you guys don't. But I'm saying, like, how are you going to try and son somebody when you don't even have pictures of yourself? You know, it's like, it was Devil Leo Gaming. Time to go to his channel and little bro. Don't do all that. Don't do all that. Leave him alone. They're over there upset, you know? They're trying to make content or whatever it is, and it's not working out for them. So that's how it goes sometimes. Cristiano says, remember that guy that said he knows you from 2012? I do remember, but I don't know who that was. And shout out to that guy. That person donated a bunch. Shade says, I'm pretty sure my Discord pic is a pic of Big Weld from Robots. Shazam says, want a warm glass of water before bed? No, I'm straight. I got it. I got some water right here. Nick says, it was Moons. Worm says, Shazam, can I have a cold one? Look at my guy. Look at my guy TJ. He says, houses are bad high right now. I hope that we can get you a big enough house one day. I believe that we can grow your channel, bro. Gaming community assemble. I appreciate that love, TJ. Appreciate you for real. I really do appreciate that. Hopefully, man. Hopefully, B-Raz says no net gang. Ian says we don't want to alarm you, so we won't overstate this. But a wolf spider just sprinted across your headboard. Yeah, that's my pet wolf spider. Shade says, not gonna lie, I thought he was 100% going to refund those. He didn't. Whoever that was didn't. Ian says, and he's moving aggressive and agile. Yeah, I taught him to do it that way. Oh my gosh. Cristiano has school tomorrow and refuses to go to sleep. Nick says it was B-Raz. It was just so fast you thought it was a Spider fan. Spider Ian, excuse me. Cristiano, don't stay up this late. Guys, did anybody see? This is super unrelated. Did anybody see? I posted a YouTube short before I went live, like freak, like 3 hours ago. I posted a YouTube short earlier today unboxing the Sega Genesis controller. Um, if anybody, if anybody hasn't seen it, when you get the chance, do me a favor and watch it and comment saying that you are crazy and you like crazy people. Just so I know you came from the stream. Shay says, "Did you get him from the grounded store? We have a few of those in the basement." I did. How'd you know? BRS says Cristiano is hooked to your streams. Clearly, Gabby says BRAS said they were gonna get me a melatonin GoFund last night. GoFundMe. BRAS just got some melatonin. Um, like she got some melatonin gummies. TJ says I'll be right back. I'm gonna watch it right now. Appreciate that, TJ. Nick says I've seen the short. I appreciate that. A legend has returned. Shazam says I'll say I like good people who have integrity. I appreciate that, Shazam. I appreciate that. I'm just trying to be myself, just be authentic, not being a weirdo or anything. Fable says melatonin has to be prescribed in England. If so, whack. You can't get it over the counter. We got Lame Aubrey in the chat. Zoe says, hi, what's going on, guys? What's going on? Do me a favor, hit that like button on the live. If you haven't, do me a favor, hit that like button on the live. If you're on your phone, you can just double tap the screen and it'll hit that like button. Shazam is welcoming back our guest. Cristiano says, was the short about the controller? Yes, it was about the controller. It definitely was about the controller. B-Ray says, it's melatonin and magnesium. It gives me crazy dreams but knocks me out. Fable says, what dreams have you had? Worm says, George, I'm a Nintendo ninja. Lame Aubrey says, you'll never guess my favorite video game controller. I'm going to take a wild guess and assume it's in the Nintendo 64 controller. An unknown burger has appeared in the chat. What's going on, unknown burger? Good to see you. Good to see you. I had In-N-Out yesterday. I was thinking about you, unknown burger. Shay says you'll never guess my favorite controller. I'm going to say it's the Xbox. No, I'm going to say it's the Stadia controller. Lame Aubrey says my favorite is the Wii U Pro controller. Wii U Pro controller was solid controller. B-Raz says you're still here, Zoe. You're a crazy, crazy girl. B-Raz says last night I ate one of the gummies and I had a dream that only my room was haunted in my house and my lights flickered by itself. Shade says it 100% is the Stadia controller. It shouldn't be this good. I had a feeling. Kelleran says, oh, I read the Wii U gamepad. No, I think they were saying the Wii U Pro controller, yeah. The Wii U gamepad was solid too, but that Wii U Pro controller was really great. It really was. Zoe says, I've been here the whole time. But yeah, guys, do me a solid. Do me a solid. If you haven't seen the YouTube short I posted of the unboxing of the Sega Genesis controller, do me a huge favor and just watch it and like it and comment on it. You can literally comment anything, or you could put emojis, whatever you want. Just leave a comment. It helps out a ton. I really greatly appreciate that, guys. Especially since I got sidelined today and I couldn't stream the way I wanted to. I'm putting, if you could help me out and run it up on that YouTube short for me, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to be posting another YouTube short tomorrow. So when you see that one, same deal. If you see it, drop a like on it, leave a comment on it, and watch it. Just let it just let it run. Just watch it all the way through. It really helps out a lot, guys. I'm giving you guys the sauce, especially for those of you who want to make content like Fable. YouTube really cares about the watch retention rate. They want to know that people are watching it all the way through for a long time, if not the whole video. And that's how you get more people to run up your views. Like your algorithm really benefits from that. Braz says, "Oh no, excuse me. Let me see. Let me catch up." Gabby says, "I probably need more tonight." Braz says, "I woke up so glad it was just a dream." Shade says, "Though, if we consider the Steam Deck and controller, then it might just be the Steam Deck." I don't know. Yeah, maybe the Steam Deck counts as a controller too. If the Wii U gamepad does, or in the Switch counts as a controller, it might. Worm says, "I had a dream that I was driving. I also had a dream where I fell off a water slide, which was interesting." Nick says, "There's a ghost in Mario Kart World. There's a ghost in Mario Kart World. Gabby, does it scare you?" Um, Gabby says, "Gonna cry. Just dropped a hair clip between the couch and table. Oh my gosh. You gotta get it." Shade says, "My dad was given a Jeep for free by a homeowner today. We have to pull it out of the area. It's been sitting at the past few years." That's crazy, Shay. What are you guys gonna do with that Jeep? What's the plan for that Jeep? Vera says, "You look real comfy compared to you sitting on your couch." Oh, far and away. Wow, this is way better. Streaming like this is way better. It's way better. If I could stream laying down, I would. I mean, I probably could. I don't know, but it would be hard for me to read the chat. Shade says, "Dad wants to restore it for now, but eventually wants to make it a rock crawler." Nick says he's gonna donate it to the 2000th subscriber. Bro, Shade, I'll come pick the car up and we'll donate it to someone when we get to 10,000 subscribers. Could you imagine? I'm like, yeah, we're doing a Jeep giveaway. That would be crazy. TJ says, "Bro, I really wish I could become a channel member, but I only have cash." It's all good, TJ. Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. Don't worry. Worm says, "I'm laying in my bed right now, feeling like a god." I appreciate that's good, man. Get comfortable. You got to start school soon. Gabby says, "On the couch, heading to bed after moving laundry over real quick." Mers, that sounds like a personal problem. You just gonna spill all your tea like that on the internet? Zoe says, "Bye." Worm says, "I wish I was a member too, since I'm a veteran of this channel. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Maybe one day." Fable says, "I'm going to become a grifter, start a cult, and lead my YouTube community into the woods." Could you imagine, bro? That'd be so crazy. B-Raz says trolls come up with the wildest stuff. Zoe says, bye, I'm tired. I start school on September 2nd. Gabby says, it takes a second to ban TJ. It's okay. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, guys. Sometimes, though, you guys ban them before I can even react to them, which, I mean, is pretty good. But sometimes I can't even react to what they're even saying. Worm says it's 1 a.m., but you know that's not stopping me. Guys, I can't believe it took almost 2.5, almost 3 hours to update my computer. I thought for sure when I went live, I was like, oh, okay, I'll just be on live for like 30 minutes. I was like, yeah, I'll be on live for 30 minutes. The computer will be done. No, I was so wrong. I was so wrong. BRS says that's the point. Don't give them the attention they want. But sometimes I like to give them attention because it's just funny to see them get flustered because I'll be like, oh, I'll read it wrong or I'll turn what they're saying into something positive and then they're like, no, you don't understand. I'm trying to say this. And I'm like, wait, what? Kelleran says the update was worth it. I think you're right, Kelleran. I think you're right. It was worth it. Zoe says good night. B-Raz says good night. Crazy Zoe. Fable says good night, Zoe. TJ says Zoe with laughing emojis. TJ says same. Probably fixing to start playing some games myself. Guys, this is just a hypothetical question. If I were to start streaming on Twitch, would you guys watch me on Twitch? Just hypothetical. I don't have any plans to start streaming on Twitch or anything like that. That's not the plan. That's not the plan. Worm says I don't have Twitch. Fable says like a dual stream. And then Gabby says gotta make my way to bed. Gabby says don't got Twitch. Kelleran says yes. I wouldn't. I don't think I would do. I don't think I would do a dual stream unless my channel got really large. But I was just curious. Just curious. Um, I've had a number of people ask me about Twitch, and I'm just kind of like, yeah, I don't really want to go to Twitch, but maybe, maybe one day, or if I do, maybe it'll be a dual stream situation, kind of like Fable mentioned. But for the time being, for quite some time, it's always just going to be YouTube. But occasionally, I have very rarely streamed like on my Twitch, not Twitch, excuse me, on my TikTok account. But the TikTok lives are more like this, not necessarily like the gaming ones that you guys are used to. TJ says, no, man, I prefer YouTube. Plus, there's a lot more trolls on Twitch. Worm says, I would probably get Twitch, but I would need to find a way to watch your streams. No worries, Worm. I'm not starting a Twitch or anything. It was just a hypothetical question. I was just curious, see what you guys thought. TJ says, no hate. I just don't like Twitch. No, it's valid. It's valid. I think YouTube's better than Twitch personally. I mean, they're different platforms. They're very different. Kelleran says I would be more likely to tune in on YouTube because it is my main form of content. Uh, like anyone that dual streams, I always choose YouTube. Yeah, I think I would primarily stick to YouTube. I'm trying to lean into YouTube. I'm on everything. I'm not on Twitch, but I'm on like TikTok. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. All that stuff. But I think YouTube's where I'm going to continue to lean the most into, Shade says, "Do we get to have George hot tub streams? Maybe. You never know." Worm says, "YouTube's got everything." Exactly. Fable says, "Well, I was thinking I might start an OnlyFans and just give lectures on obscure subjects." TJ says, "I think you get more viewers from people scrolling on shorts." Right, right. Making Memory says, "Hey man, my buddy and I watch your content all the time. We're fans, bro. Can you shout out my buddy? His name is Sass. Thanks, man." Yeah, I stream like this vertically, even when I'm doing like the gaming stuff. I stream like that on purpose because the algorithm is on YouTube is pushing vertical video. So that's kind of the plan. That's why I continue to stream like this. But there might be a day where the channel gets big enough, or I get enough of you guys who watch the stream regularly to where I might make them regular, like horizontal video streams. But for now, they're going to remain vertical for a while. Shade says, "B-Raz, when do we get to see the OF account of George?" Listen, it's all up to B-Raz. B-Raz holds the keys. Yes, DeMarcus, your friend is Sass. I understand. People are so funny, dude. This guy's username is DeMarcus Cousins. Yo, DeMarcus Cousins was a bum, bro. That's funny, man. You heard it right there from B-Raz. The OF coming soon. And you subscribe to it, and it's me talking about the Yakuza series for 50 minutes straight. An unknown burger says somebody stole me, but fortunately, for George, they managed to steal it back. So I'm back. Welcome back. An unknown burger is in the building. Shade says, "Can it just be Super Smash Bros? I'd watch that." Sure. I could talk about Super Smash Brothers for like 60 minutes straight. That would be so funny, dude. Yes. I'm doing good, unknown burger. I'm doing good. Guys, do me a favor. If any of you are new here, do me a favor, hit that like button on the live. If you're on your phone, you can just double tap the screen. It's easy. Nobody's hitting on B-Raz. It's okay. Call it Central Smashing Retrospective. Could you imagine, bro? That would be crazy if we pushed an OnlyFans account and then all it was just me talking about Super Smash Brothers, or just like worse, like obscure games. Camping with Rez says you got chicken grease all over your camera. That's right. I like it that way. Guys, this is a random question. Have any of you guys seen an advertisement since I've been live? Monk says it's 3 a.m. and I have my volume down all the way, but can you give me a thumbs up if you're having a good day? You know we're having a great day over here. Appreciate that, Monk. Shay says, hey guys, today we're going to be talking about Monster Madness Battle for Siberia. No, we've not seen any ads. Okay, interesting. I don't know how YouTube monetizes these YouTube lives. I'm not sure. Shade says, yeah, I've had one for the video version of the stream. Oh, interesting. So you're saying, Shade, not when I'm live, but you going back and watching one of the lives that we did previously. So if you go back and watch when you got served an advertisement, Cristiano refuses to go to sleep. Shade says it was when you were at Universal and went to Cloaks. But was that but that was you went back and watched it and there was an advertisement? Or was there an advertisement during the live? I'm just curious because I should have advertisements on my YouTube lives, but I'm not sure how it works, when the advertisements happen. I don't know. I see. That's interesting. Okay. Thanks for that. If it happens where I'm live and like you just get an advertisement, just let me know in the chat, just so I know it's happening. Because I'm not sure how it happens or when it happens or anything like that. Fable says I was just listening to the Snoop playlist and Ain't No Fun just came on. That song is hilarious. Also, I haven't seen an ad yet. They usually happen at the beginning. But the thing with YouTube Lives is they can happen in the middle of it too. So I was just curious to see how to how they get implemented because I don't even know. Unknown Burger and Worm are having a valid conversation about cheese. TJ's in a whole nother language. Fable says I've seen other YouTubers where their ads are when people first log into the stream. So then that might be the case. But I know because of the length of the stream that it can happen at any time. But that's what I'm just trying to understand because I know like I posted a YouTube short today and I know that I have ads on the shorts, but I don't know how and when they happen on the live. So I'm just curious, you know. TJ is floating in the ether right now, attempting to send us messages, but they're coming through in another language that we can't read. Cristiano says, my name is not Cristiano, my name is Cristiano. Here's the thing, Isabella. I know, I remember you said your name was Isabella and that your brother broke the PS5 and all that stuff. I remember. But your name says Cristiano over there on the left. So I'm just going to call you Cristiano. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Iron Man says, I see some boogers playing peekaboo. Iron Man, can you fly over here and pick them for me? I'll even let you eat them. Gabby just banned it, shut it down earlier. Fable says, I'm just thinking back to earlier. There's this baddie on YouTube who films herself upset, and so many dudes have subbed to her, hoping to be her knight in shining armor. Oh my gosh. It's funny content, right? It's so funny. Like, girls could literally just do that. Unknown Burger, all I could do is give the trolls what they want. If he said he saw some boogers in my nose, I mean, he's Iron Man. He can fly over here. He could pick my nose, get them out. He could eat them for me. You know what I mean? He could just clean it up. Cristiano's going to change their name. But yeah, isn't that funny, Fable? Like, girls can just do content like that, and then hundreds of guys will come and try and try and be the hero. Isabella has changed her name from Cristiano to Isabella. Welcome, Isabella. Unknown Burger says he's an Iron Man, not Booger Man. Well, he sounded like he wanted to be the Booger Man. Fable says if I cried on stream, I'd get clowned on, or just videos in general. Well, that's because you're a man. The rules are different for us. The rules are different for us. We can't do all that. I mean, you can, but you're absolutely right. You would get clowned. Not by me, but by people on the internet. Gabby says, B-Raz, you're at the helm. I gotta try and sleep. The hammer wielder herself, Gabby, is gonna try and get some sleep, guys. Shay says, I mean, Twitch literally allows softcore with barely any consequences. That's terrible. B-Raz says, good night, Gabby. Get some good sleep. Isabella says, I can't sleep. We already know. Fable says, George just comes in like, quote, I thought you were cool, Fable. We can't be boys anymore. Gabby says, nope, try. Um, yeah, no, it's just funny. I see a lot of weird content like that, man. See a lot of weird content like that on the internet. Girls are just doing anything, and then they get likes or views or comments. It's a lot going on. It really is. Unknown Burger says, today in school we had to run for 2 hours, and oh boy, I was the only one enduring the pain. But hopefully you got a burger after that. Isabella says, do you have any tips on how to sleep? Yeah. Um, turn off the lights, put your phone away from you and face down so you don't look at it, and just close your eyes and count in your mind. Count to 100. I bet you'll fall asleep. Look at that. B-Raz is on the job. Isabella says, okay, bye. I'm going to sleep. Maybe. We'll see. I just wish the trolls would come in and like the live before they got banned. If they would just hit that like button on the live. TJ is going crazy with all the different languages. Remember, he's floating in the ether. He's trying to communicate with us, but we don't know what he's saying to us. Hopefully, he's okay. Worm, burger is not a burger. Burger is an unknown burger. We don't know anything about unknown burger. Shade says French isn't a real language. TJ says I escaped. Don't let them take. So, did anyone buy Drag Cross Drive today for the Nintendo Switch 2? How do we feel about that? Drag Cross Drive, did anyone pick it up? Just out of curiosity. Shade said I bought it for my Steam Deck. I'll accept timeout. B-Raz asks, are any fans of Demon Slayer in here? Any Demon Slayer anime fans? Anybody who's a Demon Slayer fan in here by chance? Fable says I love Demon Slayer. Good to know. Ooh, Gabby says I jammed my big toe and ripped the nail on my way upstairs. That's terrible, Gabby. Hope you're okay. Hope you're okay. Oh my gosh. Sporty says my brother loves your live. Shout out to Sporty. Worm says bye, George. Have a good night, Worm. Have a good night. Isabella says it didn't work. Um, Me and B-Raz are going to Demon Slayer night at the Dodgers this Friday. The Dodgers are doing a Demon Slayer night this Friday. So we were just interested to see if anybody in the chat was interested in Demon Slayer. Gabby might have to hit the hammer on the staircase that did that to her. Fable says I stopped watching after season 3 as I just kind of fell out of anime in general, but Demon Slayer is dope. I've never seen a single episode, but we just so happen to be going to Demon Slayer night this Friday. So maybe we'll take some pictures and share it with you guys in the Discord, or maybe we'll go live from the game and we'll show off the Demon Slayer stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll be able to test My hypothesis of putting B-Raz on the stream next to me and see if we get a bunch of likes, a bunch of views. Shade says my whole family watches it. Good to know. Gabby says I can't, and the landlord would be mad. Well, who's to say you don't just rip up the flooring a little bit, just to show the flooring who's boss. TJ says, all right, I finally escaped the translation trap holding me hostage. Please protect me from not being taken again. Fable says, dress her as Hashira, and all Demon Slayer fans will go crazy. I don't know if B-Raz open to cosplay. I don't know. Shade says Demon Slayer and B-Raz, the battle will be legendary. I don't know if B-Raz is into the cosplay vibe though. I think B-Raz would do quite well in the cosplay community, but I don't think she's into it. Fable says a Latina Demon Slayer. It's funny because it's Japanese. I think they would eat it up, man. I think they would love that. They would really love that. I don't know if B-Raz would love it though. Gabby says, all right, I'm going to try this thing called sleep. Wish me luck. Fingers crossed for Gabby. Hopefully she knocks out, gets some good rest, wakes up in the morning without any pain on her toe. Hopefully. Hopefully. B-Raz says the chat would be filled with extra weirdos, just like the one that got banned. You have a good night, Gabby. That comment was wild, but what am I gonna say? I didn't even react. Fable says George Senpai. That's right. That's right. Gabby says I ran over the other with a 100-pound Z-bar earlier today. Gabby is just putting her feet through the ringer. You got to be nice to yourself. TJ's in the chat and says, I don't want to be super religious because I don't want to upset anybody. But do you believe in God, George? This is a great question, TJ, and one that is most likely inappropriate for what we got going on here, my boy. This is more so just a video game channel. We don't really like to get into the politics, the religion, all that stuff. Costa has missed the plot entirely and has been lucky enough to get banned by me personally. Shade says, wait, Gabby still has feet after that somehow. Somehow. Unknown Burger, you gotta be careful. Shade says, Bro George, what about my 20-hour long sermon on Foo Tales, Good of the Escalator of Universal Studios? We could still do that, Shay. We could still do that. TJ says, I'm sorry, man. I just was wondering, I'm really strong on my beliefs. I just want to help people. No, you're all good, man. It's just that's not really what we're doing here on the channel. It's not to say that those things aren't good things to talk about or good topics or whatever, but usually when you get that kind of stuff involved, it can tend to be a kind of chaotic or difficult conversation for most. Um, so I don't really have the platform isn't really to highlight things like that, like religion or politics or war or any kind of stuff like that. That's not really what we got going on over here. So just kind of out of respect for everybody, I just leave it alone. It's not. There's nothing wrong with all that, but it's just not really. It's not what I'm choosing to highlight here. Fable says, yeah, people can get quite divisive over religion and politics. I've learned to leave it out. Exactly. Just the older you get, you'll find that people can get really riled up about stuff like that, and it's just kind of it doesn't really it doesn't really have a place here, you know? We're just talking about video games. More often than not, that's what we're talking about is video games. Sometimes we go off topic and we talk about other stuff too, but mostly it's video games here. But yeah, Fable, I've seen you mention that kind of stuff in your lives too. Um, and I think it is best to stay away from it. We got Emily in the chat. What's going on, Emily? How's your day going? TJ says, I hate politics, but I just focus on church and I won't talk about it if you don't want me to. But I hate politics and love church. That's how I am. I just don't like politics in general. Yeah, I mean, it's all good, man, but I just think like the religious stuff, the political stuff, wars abroad, anything like that, not really the place to have those kind of discussions here. Those discussions do exist many places online and they're easy to find, but here we're not really doing it. An unknown burger asks, who here wants to see an unknown sandwich? Nick says, it sounds sus. Who knows? B-Raz says, is that your second account? We got Raw in the chat. What's going on, Raw? Shade says, "What about an unknown sub?" That's true. Ghost Girl is in the chat. What's going on, Ghost Girl? Fable says, "Man, I feel tired watching the stream, and I just woke up 2 hours ago. I think it's because of how relaxed George looks." You let me know, Fable. Should I go back? Should I sit up? Should I get back into what I was doing before instead of being laying down? I just took the opportunity because I never get the chance to be comfortable when I'm on live. I'm always seated on my couch for like 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours in a row, you know, and that can get kind of tiring to say the least. Ghost Girl says, "Not much, just getting sleepy. Did you have a long day?" Said it's your bedtime. Yeah, it's bedtime for most of us. But some of us are just, we're here streaming, we're talking to the people. Shade says, "Bro, your comfort matters." No, it does. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm not saying it doesn't, but many of the stream you guys don't know this. Many of the streams that I did, um, like not the last 2 or 3 normal ones, but all the ones before that, when I was sitting here playing Smash and Mario Party and Mario Kart, and when we did Donkey Kong Bonanza and all that stuff, I was playing in here. It was like 90 degrees outside, and I didn't have air conditioning. And I was just sitting in here hot, bro, like going through it. So, yeah, the comfort stuff matters, but I was just pushing through. Ghost Girl says, "I love your ring." Appreciate that. You're an MF Doom fan? Appreciate that. Appreciate that. So yeah, I was like streaming in here and it was like 90 degrees. I didn't have AC, nothing. I was just going through it. Ghost Girl says, "Yes, you are a Doom fan. What's your favorite MF Doom song or favorite MF Doom album?" Lame Aubrey says, "We got to play Mario Party soon. Eventually we'll get on Mario Party again." Thankfully I was able to update my computer so the regular streams will be back and we won't be doing this all the time. B-Ray says, "You wouldn't even tell." Yeah. Ghost Girl says, "Do you like Juice World?" Yeah, I met Juice World before he passed away many years ago. I'm not a huge fan of his music personally, but he was a nice guy. When I had the opportunity to meet him twice, and he was a nice guy. But I'm not really a big fan of the music. Emily says, "Do you own Mario Party Jamboree?" I do. I do own Mario Party Jamboree. Ghost Girl says, "Lucky." I have met many artists, many, many, many artists, particularly hip hop artists. If you name a hip hop artist, I have probably met them. Emily says, "Can you please stream it?" Absolutely, yeah. We play Mario Party on the channel. I just haven't played it in a while. But yeah, Ghost Girl, if you're like a hip hop fan or you like a couple rappers, chances are I've probably met them. Um, no, I didn't get the chance to meet him, Shade. I had opportunities, um, but I haven't. I haven't had the opportunity to meet. I have met his sons though. I've met King Combs. I've met Quincy, and I forget what his other son's name is. But I have met his children many times. But their dad, I haven't met him. Kevin's in the chat. What's going on? TJ says, I will say that if anybody wants to know anything, they can DM me on Discord because I don't want to cause any disruptions in the stream. We just all want to have a good time. I just want to help. So sorry. No worries, TJ. You're not bothering anybody. Um, Ghost Girl says I've met Snoop Dogg, Ice Cube, and others. Right on. So have I. I've met Snoop Dogg and Ice Cube. I definitely have met them too. That's awesome. I was just at Snoop Dogg's BET Icon Award after party this year. That was like a month and 2 months ago, two and a half months ago. Fable says, was it well known in LA that Diddy was the way he was? Um, yes and no. I heard some stories, but nothing quite like the stories that I heard that came out, let's say, during that trial. Um, TJ says, how do you meet these people if they're so popular? Um, I work with them. That's how it happens, TJ. Um, Shade says, was Snoop high at the time? He absolutely was. Saul is in the chat. What's going on? He says, greetings from Mexico. I don't know how to properly say what you said, so, but good to see you, man. Good to see you, Saul. Ghost Girl says, I'm glad I didn't meet Diddy. TJ says, oh, good for you, my man. That's so cool. Yeah, I've met many, many people. Fable says that Ice Cube is his favorite rapper. That's awesome, bro. I didn't know that. Ghost Girl says, I'm a girl, so that's how I met them. Yeah, it's sometimes it can be easy that way, let's say. Let's see. Let's see. This one's for my boy Fable. Let's see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Fable, you still in here, right? You still in here. I'm assuming you're still in here, bro. Fable says still here, dog. Okay, I got something for you. I just gotta find it. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. That's funny, Shade. That's really funny. Okay, Fable, here we go. I found it, bro. I found it. There it is. You see it. Me and your favorite rapper, Ice Cube. Took me a little minute to find it. But there we are. There it is. There it is. I got a bunch more like this. Let's see. How about me and Snoop Dogg? Ghost Girl, unfortunately, I did not take a picture with Juice World, and I regret it. I wish I had. I didn't end up taking a picture with Juice World. Same thing with Pop Smoke. Same thing with Pop Smoke. I had the opportunity to meet Pop Smoke, and I didn't take a picture with him, unfortunately. Let me see who else we got in here. You, you guys like Nipsey Hussle? There's a bunch on here, man. There's a bunch on here. FaZe Rug. I don't know who FaZe Rug is. I'm not familiar with FaZe. Um, Fable says, I know you do entertainment and work with rappers, but specifically, what is your job? So, I don't necessarily just work with rappers. I work with mostly artists of any genre, but it just so happens to be a lot of it happens to be a lot of rappers. But you said, what about Lil Peep? No, Lil Peep. I never got the chance to meet Lil Peep. How about Jonah Hill? No, it's not Eminem. That's Jonah Hill, the actor Jonah Hill. Mid '90s was a great film by Jonah Hill. Yeah, he definitely was a great film. TJ says, "Have you met Eminem?" No, I've not met Eminem. I've not had the privilege to meet Eminem. David Ortega's in the chat. What's going on, David? What's going on, David? We're just doing kind of a chill stream today because my computer had a huge update. It literally took almost like 3 hours to update. I was just going through and showing people some of the people that I've met through work, like Nipsey Hussle here. If you're a fan of Nipsey, this was Nipsey. This was about 3 weeks before he passed away that we took this picture. Um, and TJ says, "Have you met Mel Gibson?" No, I've not met Mel Gibson. Shay says, "What's the one big artist you'd want to meet personally?" Um, a big artist that I want to meet personally? That's hard, bro. I've met most of them. Um, Who's a big artist that I'd want to meet? Oh, this guy behind me, Nas. Nas would be the one that I'd want to meet. He's really the only one I haven't met that I like care about. Even this guy I've met, Slick Rick, who's behind me. Big fan of Slick Rick. We have that's Slick Rick up there with the eye patch, and that's me and Slick Rick back in the day. If you guys know who Slick Rick is, Slick Rick is a OG hip hop artist from way, 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 way back in the day. From way back in the day. TJ says, "Rest in peace to the Black Mamba. I saw the Lakers drip." Yeah, I had the pleasure. I got to meet Kobe. I got to meet Kobe back in the day. That was really special, really, really special to say the least. You guys know the artist Her Her. You guys know the artist Her. Edgar says, "Have you met Magic Johnson?" No, I haven't met Magic Johnson. The I've met Shaq, and I met Kobe, and I met a bunch of other Laker players from that era, like Luke Walton and Derek Fisher and Robert Horry. Um, there was somebody else, but Kobe and Shaq obviously were the ones. Edgar says, "Dang, you've met a lot of famous people. How come?" I work in the entertainment industry, Edgar. I work in music. Do you guys know who Common is? You guys know Common? Maybe, maybe not. You guys might know him as an actor. I don't know. Shade says, "How much taller was Shaq than you?" Shaq was huge, bro. Shaq is gigantic, bro. Yeah, I never had the chance to meet Ozzy Osbourne, unfortunately. It was supposed to happen and it didn't end up happening. Let's see. We showed off Ice Cube. We showed off Snoop. Let me see. Do you guys know the baby, the rapper, the baby? You guys know him? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. You said, what about Joe Rogan? No, I never met Joe Rogan. Never had the chance. Or you guys know the game, the rapper, the game? What about Lil Baby? Yes, I met Lil Baby um, early in my career. I met Lil Baby. B-Raz says, "Fun fact, at one yeah, this is true. This is true. I have the screen recording to prove it. At one point, the baby only followed me on TikTok. I was the only person he followed. That was kind of random, but it's a fun fact nonetheless. Edgar says, bro, tell me you met Hezbollah. I wish. I wish. Nick says, you look good in that picture with the baby. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that, man. Have I met the Rizzler? Yes, I have met the Rizzler. We got one with the Black Eyed Peas minus Fergie. We got the Black Eyed Peas minus Fergie. Yes, I met all of them. They're like a family, right? It's like a dad and like two sons, and there's like a girl. I met all of them. I don't know all their names though. Yes, Fable. Yes, the original. That was with Kim Hill. She was the original singer before Fergie. I got another one with Slick Rick right there. Ghost Girl says, "Hey, I gotta go take care." All right, Ghost Girl, you have a great rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out with us. I got another one with Slick Rick here. Big fan of Slick Rick. Big time fan of Slick Rick. You have a good night, Ghost Girl. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Who else we got? You guys know who D Smoke is? By chance, you guys know who D Smoke is? D Smoke was on that like Netflix rap competition show. Um, TJ says, "Have you met The Rock?" No, I haven't met The Rock. I have not met the Pawn Stars either. Shade says, "Not trying to be mean to The Rock, but why would you want to meet Dwayne?" No, I've not. I've not had the opportunity to meet him. Netflix had like a rap competition show, and it was pretty cool. It's I think it's still going. I don't know, but he was like the winner of the rap competition show. This is him, but you guys might not know who he is. You guys know. You guys know Exhibit, Pimp My Ride, Exhibit. Kevin Hart. No, I haven't met Kevin Hart. Um, somehow, somehow I haven't met Kevin Hart. Feels like that should have happened actually. How about this guy? You guys know J. Cole? That was me and J. Cole. That was in North Carolina. We took that picture. A Big Sean. How about my jacket or his? Which one? My jacket or his, Shade? How about T.O.? Got Terrell Owens, if you're football fans. You said both. Thank you, bro. I'll pull it up again. He had the that was like a varsity jacket that was coming out around his album. This was like his album merch. And then this jacket B Raz got me. We got Joe Mama in the chat. What's going on, Joe Mama? I'm just showing the people some of the people that I've met over the years. You guys like YG? Maybe, maybe not. This was in a studio session with YG, and then he gave everybody that attended his shoes. These were his shoes. They were in those boxes over there. I've never worn them. They're sitting in my closet. Shade says, living in California is so many people's dream, but personally, I wouldn't want to live there. It's a lot going on out here, Shade. It's a lot going on out here, to say the least. Can you guys still hear me okay? What about Pio? No, I've not met Pio. I think my AirPod just died. That's why I'm just making sure. I for sure got some more cool people in here. Who else? TJ says, let me ask you this. I'm not trying to get in your business or anything, but would you ever quit your job if you got really big on YouTube? Or do you make enough money and enjoy it enough to never quit? No, if my YouTube channel got big enough, I would definitely consider quitting. For sure. I love what I do, but if I had an opportunity to do YouTube or social media, for sure I would consider. What did you say? Look him up? Pio? There's no way I met this guy, dude. No, I haven't met him. I've not met him. Fable says, you ever tried rapping, George? Yeah, definitely. I used to rap when I was younger. I used to make beats too. You guys know Freddie Gibbs? I looked up Pio. I've never heard of him before. Sorry about that, Edgar. Shade says the George Rap album over the. Wait, what? The George Rap album over the OF content gonna go hard. TJ said it would be so cool if one of these celebrities shouted your YouTube channel out. I could probably get some of them to shout my channel out, but it's not that serious. I kind of like that what I'm doing here is totally separate from what I do in my real life. Mazzy says, are you single? No, I'm not single. I'm taken. I got one already. Got one already. You see it? I got one already. Fable says, "Oh yeah, can you teach me anything about making beats?" Yeah, definitely, dude. I could. But yeah, I don't know. I probably could get a couple of them to shout out the channel or whatever. But I'm not really looking for that. I want to grow this um, already. You know, I want to grow it on my own without using somebody else. Um, Edgar says no disrespect. She's beautiful, bro. I know she's gorgeous. Thank you. Yeah, I no disrespect taken, man. She's gorgeous. I know what it is. Mazzy said, I didn't think you had it in you. I just felt bad. I felt bad for the random person on the internet that I don't know, and I don't even have a profile picture. Oh my gosh. Edgar says, wait, so what do you actually do? I do everything, bro. Come on. I do gaming content. I do YouTube lives. You know what I mean? I do YouTube shorts. I do it all, bro. I think the, the better question is, what do you not do? That might be the better question. Because I literally do it all, guys. So we had this was in Chris Brown's living room. This is me at Chris Brown's house. If you guys like Chris Brown. You said no, I meant for work, like you said you're in the entertainment business, right? Like nah, no, I don't make beats for a living. Shade says, was that before or after the Canon event? This was way after. Way after. Way after. Somebody's in the chat we never seen. Oh, Nico is in the chat. What's going on, Nico? So what did you do for him? Wouldn't you guys will never know? You guys will never know. Me and the homie Game. Who else? We got anybody else interesting in here? Anybody else interesting in here worth showing off? So me and LL Cool J. Nico says, I love Game. Me too, man. Game's one of my favorites. This is me and LL Cool J. It's a flower wall. Yeah, it's a flower wall. This is me and the big legend herself, B-Raz. Me and B-Raz. The legend B-Raz. You see it. This is the biggest one of them all right here. This is the biggest one of them all. Ain't nobody else I'm going to show you that's bigger than this. Shay says such a good pic. That picture was inside the hallways of that was inside the hallways of the Forum, which is a legendary venue inside of Inglewood in LA. On the walls, they have everybody that's ever performed there written on the walls. And this is the 2025 side that's still being filled out. But for years and years and years, they have it written down, everyone that's ever performed there. It's pretty cool. Have I met Cillian Murphy? No. Smokey Robinson. Me and Smokey Robinson. Motown legend. Legendary singer. Nico says, who else you met? I met everybody. Nico, you name it, I met him. Nico, you might be a hip hop guy. You might be a hip hop guy. Cause you know the game, so you might be a hip hop guy. How about Scarface? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Some of these guys I got on here are like real deep cuts. Again, another deep cut person like Pete Rock. This is like some serious hip hop stuff. Fable says, I downloaded Ableton Live to make my own beats, but I just didn't get around to it. Also wanted to make electro music. Yeah, I would say look into it, man. Look up some YouTube videos on how to use the software. Yeah, that's what I'm taught. That's what I thought. Nico says Scarface a lyrical legend. So you a hip hop fan for sure. You for sure a hip hop fan, Nico. So how about me and my boy Common Sense? Yeah, it's a lot of work though, dude. It's a lot of work, Fable. It's a lot of work. Nico, let's see. Let's see if you're still in there, Nico. Let's see. Since you said Scarface a lyrical legend, you said him and Jay Dilla back in the day. Okay, so you know hip hop. You know ball, bro. So do you know who this is? That's me and Rhapsody. Rhapsody's a real serious MC. She one of the best. Shade says, I know it's your shadow, but that looked like sweat on what? What were we looking at? Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, Rhapsody, she's raw, bro. There's some more pictures of me and Rap. Me and Rap are big fan of Rhapsody right here. This was me like I was showing off some vinyl of hers to her that she didn't even know was out or existed. So she's making that stank face, you know? And then this is her autographing her album for me. Rhapsody, a real one, man. Definitely a real one. Uh, you said, where are you from, brother? I'm from Los Angeles, California, man. Uh, Nico says, not a lot of people know those classic hip hop artists, but I do. You see, I do. You see, I got Nas behind me. You see, I got Slick Rick behind me. You see, I got Slick Rick. You see, I got MF Doom on the ring. I don't think you were in here earlier, Nico. I don't think you were in here earlier when I was showing off some of the real OGs in here. I have some OGs on my page, bro. I got some real serious MCs on the page, bro. Let me go find some of those real quick. Let me go find one real quick. I was just showing this off probably before you joined in. Shade says, I hate to be the person who had to do those flowers. Oh, yeah, it was a situation. It was a lot. Let me see, let me see, let me see, let me see. I got me and Slick Rick right here. This is Nico. This is literally just for Nico because Nico's a hip hop guy. Shout out to Nico. You said I can appreciate that and appreciate you love good music from the OGs. I just got here probably 7 minutes to 10 minutes ago. Yeah, so you might have missed it. I've been showing off just some of the folks that I've been lucky to cross paths with. Coolio, I met Coolio, but I never took a picture with Coolio. I did meet Coolio. You said I would love to hear you put out a Mario Kart rap. Maybe one day, you never know, man. You never know. Yeah, and the new album's crazy, Nico. I've been listening to that new album like crazy. I got another OG in here, MC Light. This is some real MC Light OG stuff right here. MC Light, this only real ones know about MC Light. It's a real serious OG right here. Real serious. Yeah, I mean you might even know you might know Ball, bro. You might know Ball. This is me and Griselda, Benny the Butcher Conway, Rick Hyde. Have I met MC Hammer? No, I've not met MC Hammer. It's another one for my boy Nico, Big Boy, Sleepy Brown. Got the Outcast vibes in the building. Have I met Drake? No, I've not met Drake. Banger 267 says, "Yo, Battlefield 6 in 50 minutes. Let's go. I'm hyped for my boy Banger. Let's go. Let's go." Nico says, "Just missing Andre 3000." You're telling me, man. You're telling me I was sick that I didn't get that. I was sick about it. I was really sick about it. This is like a deeper cut right here. You said, "Good meeting you, brother. Much respect to you, brother, from Baby A South Side of Chicago. We got Chi-Town in the building. I got family in Chi-Town, bro." Banger says, "No games today." This is a deep cut. This was at this is when Dreamville put out the Revenge of the Dreamers project. This was at the Grammys, the Revenge of the Dreamers 3 project. That album cover, this is what it's based on. It's a real statue. It's like made of gold. And they had it at the Grammys. So you could like pose with it. It was crazy. It was really crazy. Yeah, I got another one for you, Nico. So again, you know hip hop, so that's me and Royce the 5'9". You know Royce the 5'9". That's some hip hop right there. And I got a Gangstar hoodie on with Guru, DJ Premier on the sleeves. Jadakiss with the Gangstar hoodie. You see what it is. Shout out Jadakiss, the legend. Fabulous. Y'all don't know this, but my hand was broken in this picture. That's why I'm doing this. I'm covering it because it looked crazy, so I'm covering it. There was a lot going on. Come on, man. Come on. You were just listening to the mixtape. Me and the homie Benny the Butcher. You said he's a G for doing that pose with the. I promise you, he didn't know my hand was like that. I didn't tell anybody, but it was in bad shape. It was in real bad shape. We got Carolina's finest, J. Cole. TJ says, "You know how we do." Ice Cube. You said, have you met anybody? Met Tears for Fears? No, I haven't met. I have not met them. B-Raz shut it down right away. That was on site. Shut it down. I didn't even get to read it. This is another one. This is CL Smooth from P Rock and CL Smooth. This is literally for Nico. That's it. Me and CL Smooth from P Rock and CL Smooth. He was looking for him, Shade. He was looking for him. He really was. Fable says, you know what? Big up B-Raz for being so dialed in. Modding isn't easy a lot of times. B-Raz is a professional. She's going to shut it down every time. We got me and Pusha T from the Clips. Just put the Clips album out a few months back or a month and a half ago. It's me and Pusha T. Nico says, dang, crazy how you got all these pictures with these recently. With these recently to classic artists. You said, what's new with you, brother, over there in the West Coast? Everything is good, family. Everything is good, you know? We're chilling. It's a late night vibe. That's all we got going on. We're just chilling. I'm just sharing with the chat here some of my experiences that I've had over the years. Shade says, how often do you get to do this? Every day, Shade. Every day. Pretty much every day. This is me in the studio with Benny the Butcher and the Alchemist. This was for the recording sessions of Tana Talk 4. If you listen to that. You said, do you meet the same people a lot? Yeah. I meet a lot of these guys over and over, and then you develop friendships with them, and you know, you get cool with them. That's how it goes. You said that's one of your favorite producers. Okay, you Uncle Al foul. Uncle Al's you're a fan. Okay. Yeah, I was in a studio sessions with him 5-6 days in a row when we were doing the Tana Talks 4 sessions, and his studio's at his house, so I was in the house. It was crazy. It's me and Dochi, Grammy winning Dochi. I don't know if y'all like Dochi, but she's big right now. Me and Uncle Al. Me and Uncle Al here, Alchemist. This was at Snoop Dogg's BET Icon Award party. This was back in June. That was back in June. This was about 9-10 weeks ago. This is like, I don't think I had even started streaming yet. TJ says, I really thought you were just a low-key chill guy coming home and streaming, but you're just chilling with all these big guys. Does that mean I'm still not a low-key chill guy, TJ? I think I'm still a low-key chill guy. Shade says, I accept my fate. And then Nico This is gonna be the last one. I think this is the one. I gotta end it with this one. I'm not ending the live, but I think I gotta end the show off with this one. I mean, because this is like don't get much bigger than Kanye. That's me and Ye. That was back in February of this year. This was like right after the Grammys. We took that picture. You said you said you. So are you desensitized to these celebrities? Yes. TJ says, well, you are, but I don't think you ever made it clear that you had this job. No, if anyone ever asks, I work in entertainment. Masterful says, "What's good, my guy?" Walking into a Kanye pig. Yeah, that's me and Ye. That was back in February. That was right after the Grammys this year. Nico says that made my day, especially with his straight face. Masterful says, "Flashing Lights" is his best song, possibly. That's a great song, great song. You missed it, Masterful. I was showing off all these people that I've met over the years. People like Kanye, J. Cole, Slick Rick, Royce the 5'9", Alchemist, Benny the Butcher, Griselda, Common, Big Sean. Literally just an endless list of people. Oh, Jay-Z too. I'm not in the picture with Jay-Z, but I took this picture of Jay-Z. This is a picture I took of Jay at his office here in LA. This is at the Rock Nation office here in LA. I took this picture, but you said, have you met The Weeknd? No, I've not met The Weeknd. Fable says, Kanye gets away with so much in his music, man. Masterful says, you met some music goats. I met everybody, bro. Pretty much everybody. Did you know Kanye's banned from Yu-Gi-Oh? I did not know that. Masterful says, you're a photographer. I take pictures sometimes. Brady's in the chat. What's going on, Brady? Guys, do me a favor. If you're new to the stream, do me a favor. Hit that like button on the live. It does help out a ton. If you're new to the channel overall, don't forget to sub to the channel as well, guys. You said, what's some new artists that are coming up that are dope right now? I would check out Odyssey. Oddisee. Odyssey. I would check out Odyssey. I would check out Blue in Exile. BLU and EXILE. You be listening to Tyga? No, I don't listen to Tyga. Shout out to Tyga though, he's a nice guy. Masterful says, that's pretty dope, man. Still really humble. Big ups to you. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, Masterful. I started this account, this gaming account. This is like a challenge for me personally, because I've been able to do some really cool things in the music industry and professionally over on that side, but I'm a really huge gamer as well. So this is my gaming channel, and I'm open to talk about hip-hop anytime with anybody who's a hip-hop fan, of course, or music fan. But I started this gaming page as kind of like a challenge to myself to see how far I could take it if I was determined and dedicated to it. So I've been going at it nonstop, which has been a lot of fun. But I intentionally made it separate from like my music stuff, you know, because I already have like followers and a following on the music stuff, but I feel like that's kind of cheating. So I started from scratch on the gaming side, and I didn't tell anybody on the music side that I started doing gaming stuff. So nobody knows. Everything I started here is from zero, and organic, and I haven't told anybody. So it's pretty crazy. Uh, because when you play, well, I play everything. I have an Xbox Series X, I have a PS5, I have a Nintendo Switch 2. Primarily, I've been playing the Nintendo Switch 2 on the channel. I've been streaming like Mario Kart World, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Super Mario Party Jamboree, a little bit of Splatoon, a little bit of Pokemon. But I do have the Xbox and the PS5. I'm open to streaming that stuff too. Masterful says that song Cosme with Cole, Can't Knock the Hustle, probably one of my favorite songs by them. Cole is my favorite rapper of my generation. Is that so? Shout out to J. Cole, man. J. Cole's a really great artist, bro. Really nice guy as well. Um, let me find it. Let me find it. That's me and J. Cole. Just for you, Masterful. You said, what's your favorite artists from over here in Chi-Town? I mean, you know, Kanye West, Twista, Common. Those are like my favorites from Chicago. But if you want to talk about some of the newer artists, maybe Polo G. He's cool. I've met him numerous times. Also, oh my gosh, why am I blanking on his name, bro? I'm blanking on his name. I'm blanking on his name. Um, G Herbo. G Herbo, that's who it is. TJ says, what I meant by not knowing is you're so humble about it. You don't go around flashing. I met the celebrity. I met the celebrity, you know, and it's cool that you're so humble about it. It's so cool. Well, yeah, man. You know, I work with celebrities and musicians pretty much every single day. So uh, they are just regular people. You know, they're regular dudes. So don't. I think it's easy to put them on pedestals and look up to them, and they can, you know, be like your heroes and stuff. But they're also regular people. So Masterful says that's so dope, bro. My first concert ever was Cole at 21. I was like 5 feet away from the homie. It was crazy. I love that, man. I love that. He um he really puts on a good show. He really puts on a good show. He really knows how to get down. Here's some pictures I took of Cole at Rolling Loud. Um, this was in 2021. They go pretty crazy. This one particularly goes pretty crazy. Masterful says rock is good too, but that's the beauty of music. It's like art. There's a taste for everyone's liking. Yeah, I work with a lot of artists from all genres, not just hip hop. I just only really personally really like hip hop. You know, like I love hip hop a lot, and I primarily post that kind of stuff. But I have met many rock artists, many reggaeton artists, and even some singers. You know, some comedians, some sports athletes, some actors. TJ says, so how did you meet Bianca? I slid in her DMs. I found her Instagram and I slid in her DMs. Oh man, another one of these, huh? That's a shame. That's a shame. Another one of those. Another one of those. I know it must hurt your feelings that I've contributed more to hip hop than you ever will. Me, this guy. I've contributed more to hip hop than you ever will. I know that makes you sick. I know that makes you sick. Cornelius says, with passion. Nico says, you slippery snake, you slide in and dive, and you know you got to do it, man. Sometimes you see something, you got to make it happen. Fable says, I'd love to make a hip hop type beat incorporating heavy guitar. That sounds like a great idea, bro. You should do it. Masterful says, yeah, I've seen a few artists live, and I don't know how to describe it, but Cole is kind of like Kanye, where he sucks everyone into the show. Definitely, definitely. Cole's great, bro. But he's one of those ones, like you see Kendrick, you see Cole, you see you said Machine Gun Kelly, best rapper of all time. MGK's cool, man. He's cool. I don't know about best rapper of all time, but he is pretty good, talented. George says, I love a band called the Deftones, and you remind me of the singer Chino Moreno a lot. I don't know the Deftones like that, but I did get B Raz's brother tickets to go see the Deftones earlier this year, and he was super excited about that. TJ says, so you think us guys who are trying to have confidence should just go for it? Absolutely. Shade says, what's your opinion on country music? Um, I think I think country music is cool. Night of Blood's in the chat. What's going on, Night of Blood? Shout out to you, bro. Good to see you. Good to see you. I think country music's cool. I like the storytelling. I like the stories. I'm not really a huge fan of country, but I will say I do like the stories. Yeah, already know, man. Chicago pizza styles. That's the one. You already know. You already know. Country music's cool. Like I said, it's the stories that are intriguing and interesting, fun to listen to for me. But I'm not really a huge fan. Not a huge fan. Masterful says I'm seeing Bad Bunny in September. Man, I'm excited. Come on, Masterful. Where are you seeing Bad Bunny? Where is that happening? My girl wants to see Bad Bunny. My girl wants to see Bad Bunny at the top of the year. She's telling me we should go to Colombia to go see him. Night of Blood says Chicago pizza is expensive. It sure is, but it's good. Just like Shay said, but it's so good. We got Nick Saturn back in the building. No, you definitely didn't do anything like that to me in middle school, cause ain't nobody ever done nothing like that to me. Oh, you're in Puerto Rico, bro? That's dope, bro. Masterful. Shout out to Puerto Rico. We got PR in the building. Look at that. Yeah, my girl, that's B Raz, the moderator. She really wants to see Bad Bunny. Oh, my bad, my bad. I muted on accident. I was trying to there it is. I think we're back. California doesn't do really good pizza. No, there is some good pizza out here. You have to go to places like Prime Pizza or Prince Street Pizza, Prince Street Pizza or Prime Pizza. There is some good stuff. That's good for you, Soap. Masterful said, I got you, B-Raz. We're going up with my girl. Yeah, B-Raz is telling me that we should go to Colombia to go see um, Bad Bunny, but that's a lot. It's kind of a lot. You said, okay, brother. Have a great one. Take care once again. Much love and respect to you, brother. You have a great night, man. Peace out to the Chi Town in the building. Get some good rest, man. B Raz says, I'm starting a GoFundMe for a Colombia trip. TJ says, here's the real question, bro. Have you ever had Dave's Hot Chicken? I've always wanted to try it. I have had Dave's Hot Chicken numerous times. I've even been fortunate enough to meet the two guys that started Dave's Hot Chicken. Very cool guys. They actually recently just sold Dave's Hot Chicken for like $1 billion, like something crazy. It's really good and you should try it. Nick says, don't know if this is personal or not, but do you and B-Raz live close to each other? Or do you guys live with each other? No, unfortunately, no. We live about 45 miles apart from one another, so I don't see her as often as I wish I could. Nico says, I'm leaving too, man. Have a good night and God bless. Nico, shout out to you, man. Thank you for stopping by. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't, bro. I would love to see you in the chat. I'm pretty sure I've seen you before, actually. I was thinking about Masterful. I would love for you guys to be subs so I could catch you guys on the next live stream. Shade says, imagine being a billionaire. I would love to be one, bro. Masterful says, I was born and raised in the States, but my parents and family all came from the island. I definitely feel like if you guys have the opportunity, you should catch the concert. Here's the thing, Masterful. Here's the thing. There's a lot of obstacles, but one of the things that I feel like is I already took my girl to see Bad Bunny in 2021, 2022. We saw him at the SoFi Stadium, which was brand new at the time. And we have floor seats. Like, I could be wrong, but I feel like we already experienced what the best of what he was going to offer. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, because I know he did another album after that and it kind of flopped. And I don't know about the new album. I don't know. But also, I don't speak Spanish, so I don't know what's going on. That's a big time asterisk. BRS says, but he's had two albums since then, so I got to see it. But the thing is that album that followed that other one was like, it bombed. I didn't hear anybody talking about it. I didn't hear anybody talking about his tour. Nobody wanted to see him. But I took her. We have floor seats. We saw him when it was the little heart. When it was the little heart with the eyeball on it or whatever. We saw it. Nick says the Streamlab's still down. Nick, we finally got it situated, bro. It took like 3 hours to get my computer to update. So we are up. We're back. But it just kind of happened a little too late. So I think that stream's going to have to be tomorrow. Masterful says the new album is pretty fire. Wasn't a fan of the previous one. You see, that one that followed that initial one, people didn't care about it. It was quiet for him. Unknown says salutations. What's going on, Unknown? We got Rich in the chat. What's going on, Rich? Nick says no. Gabby hacked George's computer and broke Streamlabs. This is true, but we got it situated. We took 3 hours, but I updated my computer and we're back. We can do gaming. We can do the Streamlabs, so we're in. Summer Soldier says I'm off the honey pat. Bro, make sure you get the socks with the grip. Um, Unknown says, how's your day? It's pretty good. I had some technical difficulties on my stream earlier, so I started streaming like this as a result. So I don't do these types of streams as often, but I'm happy to do them. I'm happy to see you guys. So shout out to you, Unknown. Shout out to Masterful. Shout out to TJ. Of course, B Raz. Shout out to Rich who just joined. Shout out to Nick, Shade, and everyone else that's in here. I appreciate you guys like Nico, Masterful, etc. Good to see everybody. You said who's your favorite artist right now? One of my favorite artists of all time is Nas, who's right above me. That's Nas right there, one of my favorites. Um, TJ says, I saw a TJ mess. Have you ever been to Lucas Oil Stadium? No, I've not been to Lucas Oil Stadium. Um, B-Raz said, it's because Bad Bunny he went more to the trap sound and people are wanting to hear more of the reggaeton sound since his huge album was filled with that. But he originally started with trap, so I think that's why I was into it versus the newer fans. And then Masterful says, I think he was trying to please his earlier fans, but I prefer him sticking to who he's become as an artist and stay authentic to his sound because it's really dope. He's made some timeless music. Shade says, the trolls be wild tonight. Maybe Zoe needs to get a hold of him. Maybe. Unknown says, I hope your day goes even better than it is currently. I'm going to go back to the void now. Adios, amigo. All right, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you, Unknown. Masterful says, B-Raz is a true Bad Bunny fan. She ain't taking no as an answer, homie. Masterful says, Nas is the best rapper of all time. That is absolutely correct, sir. Nas is the GOAT, the one true GOAT. You said, what's your opinion on K-pop? K-pop's pretty cool. I just met these guys, ATs, and these other guys, Zykers. Earlier this year, I met Zykers and ATs. They're pretty cool. Pretty nice guys. TJ says, what do you think about The Weeknd, bro? The Weeknd's cool. I don't really listen to his music at all. I think he's talented. He has a nice voice, but I don't really listen to his music. I took B-Raz to go see him at concert, though, a few months ago. B-Raz says, I just tried to explain to George about Bad Bunny's music since he doesn't understand Spanish. Yeah, I don't speak Spanish. So B-Raz has to break the music down to me because I don't know what's going on with Bad Bunny. And lyrics matter to me clearly. You know, as someone who agrees that Nas is the GOAT, lyrics matter a lot to me. And I'll be like, yeah, it's a vibe. I like I like what they got going on, but I just don't know what he's saying. You said nice. Yeah, I met ATs like 2 weeks ago. And then, well, I had met them before, but they were just around recently, like 2 weeks ago. And then ATs, no. ATs was here about 2 weeks ago. And then Zykers was here about 2 or 3 months prior to that. Shay said those are names of all time. They are. They're different names. It's a K-pop thing. TJ says, do you like Bruno Mars? Yeah, Bruno Mars is cool. Really cool. Masterful says, B-Raz, it hits different listening to reggaeton in general when you understand Spanish. Well, that's the thing, bro. I'm not Hispanic. I don't speak Spanish. So, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of lost on me, but I've done it, bro. I've done it all for B-Raz. I've gone up for her. I took her to see um, Bad Bunny, floor seats for Bad Bunny. I took her to see Becky G. I've taken her to see Carol G. I've taken her to see who else? Carol G, Becky G. Bad Bunny. Who was the other guy? Raul or you? I don't remember if we saw him or not. The other one we seen. Who was the other one? J Balvin. I literally took her to see everybody. TJ says is B Raz Hispanic? Yes, she is. B Raz is Latina. Uh, Masterful says, bro, that's a damn shame. B Raz, talk to my guy in Spanish only for months. I wish you would. I would probably melt. You said, what music do you listen to most recently? I listen to hip hop a lot. Listen to hip hop primarily. I've been listening to the Clips album a lot. A lot. Fable says, George is Pakistani. He speaks Arabic, guys. Salam alaikum, George. Alaikum salam right back at you, Fable. Good to see you, bro. Always happy to see you in the chat, Fable. You said beautiful eyes. Thank you. Appreciate that. B-Raz says, I make him Mexican food and introduce him some dishes. Now I gotta introduce him to the language. Guys, B-Raz throws down in the kitchen. B-Raz is chef. Serious chef. She goes crazy in the kitchen. Like, absurdly good. The food is phenomenal. Do you have music? No, I don't make music. I don't make music. Masterful says, my GF is Puerto Rican, but she isn't too fluent, so I just brought her to my house. They only talk in Spanish and loud. Fable says, dinner around George and B-Raz. That might be a good look. Burrito time. We have to put Fable on, because Fable's from the UK. We have to put Fable on to some serious Mexican food. Shay says, guys, B-Raz chef stream where she teaches George and chat Spanish. That would be fire. That would be fire. B-Raz says she'll be forced to learn Spanish. That way, Masterful. And B-Raz says, yes, we need to do a cooking stream. We could have a lot of fun, guys. We could have a lot of fun with the channel. I um I appreciate doing these kinds of streams and the streams like at Disneyland with B-Raz, and even like the stream we did on Sunday when it was just me and B-Raz on the couch, because you guys can get to know us a little bit better, get to know us a little, get a little more personal with us. Cause yeah, it's a gaming channel. I do gaming stuff here, but I'm also like a real person, and I'm trying to make real connections with you guys, and I feel like I definitely know you guys. So we would love to do like more content that's not exactly just gaming. TJ says, "What kind of TV do you like, bro?" I like a big TV, man. That's what I do like. Any kind of TV, if it's big, we in there. That's what matters to me. See, I got my gaming setup here is kind of serious. See, we got the big TV. It's a big time setup here. B-Rad says we need to do a cookie stream, so you never know. Do I like cats or dogs? I probably prefer cats. Masterful says, bro, you mentioned Dave's Hot Chicken earlier, and their story has inspired me a bit. I love cooking, but want to keep it simple. I'm planning on that. Hopefully, being my first true successful business. I hope so, bro. Honestly, I had I was lucky to meet the owners. They were really nice, and it was really inspiring to meet them and hear that Drake had invested in their business to expand it, and then later on, like literally a few months ago, I think they ended up selling the business for like $1 billion, which is crazy. So it is very inspiring. It really is. What kind of food do you like to make, bro? TJ says that's cool, bro, but I meant like shows and movies. Oh, honestly, I don't really watch a lot of TV, man. Um, Especially now that I started streaming. Like I come home and I get on the stream and that's it, and I don't really watch anything. But some of my favorite shows were like in no order. Some of my favorite shows are like Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, The Sopranos, Seinfeld, The Cosby Show, Frasier, what else? Family Guy, all of those, Family Guy, American Dad, um, The Cleveland Show, all of those, Simpsons, Futurama, um, but like TV shows, I like Ozark a lot too. Movies, I like all the Marvel stuff. I still watch all the Marvel stuff. I was watching that Daredevil reboot earlier, but yeah, I like Star Wars. I like Marvel a lot. I'm not really big on DC, but I like Marvel and Star Wars, of course. You have 10 casts. That's crazy. That's a lot. Shade says, "Man, imagine not having a 27-inch Emerson for the past 14 years. That's crazy. 27 TV. That's your monitors." Ryan's in the chat. What's going on, Ryan? Do me a favor, guys. If you haven't hit that like button on the live, do me a favor, hit that like button. We're 2 likes away from 40 likes. We're 2 likes away from 40. Who's your favorite hero? The Hulk. The Hulk's my favorite. If I can't pick the Hulk, then I'll say Venom. He's not really a hero, but I like Venom. He's kind of anti-hero. Maybe I should just put that picture of me and Kanye just on the live, and so people swiping might see it and they'll be like, "What? Hit that like button." TJ says, "I like Oliver Queen better than Batman, but they are pretty. They are both super rich vigilantes, so they are cool." Yeah, man. I like Batman. Batman's cool. I like the Batman games a lot too. Like those Batman video games a lot. Shade says, "Yeah, that's the TV I've been using since I got my Xbox 360. I haven't had a reason to replace it yet. It's 1080p max. That's okay, man. 1080p. A lot of those games barely get to 1080p." B-Raz says, "You look tired. You should get some sleep soon." You heard her, guys. B-Raz might be calling for an end to the live. Shay said what B-Raz said. Nick says, "Day 124 of waiting for Avengers Doomsday. I can't wait. Can't wait for it. Can't wait for it." We went and saw Fantastic Four. That was awesome. Thunderbolts was great. Really looking forward to Doomsday. And yes, I will be wearing my MF Doom ring to Doomsday, Avengers Doomsday. TJ says Arkham Knight is so awesome. That's right. Arkham Knight, Arkham Asylum, Arkham City, really great. Shade says Sentry was cool. Yeah, heck yeah, he was. Super powerful, though. I like how he bent the shield. That was crazy. Masterful says it'll be a fusion of Spanish and American, but I wanted the items to be on the smaller side, like wings, sliders, and experiment with daily specials. I use a fusion of so many ingredients and spices. That sounds awesome, man. That sounds really awesome. I hope that it takes off for you. As long as you're dedicated to it, you're passionate about it, you just keep pushing for it, you can make it happen. You said, what time is it in your country? It is almost 1 a.m. It's almost 1 a.m. And B-Raz wants me to go to sleep, guys. It's almost 1 a.m. She's calling for bedtime. She's calling for bedtime. Masterful says Dr. Doom holding that baby is diabolical. Anything can happen. Anything can happen there. That's crazy. Shay says you're in your bedroom already. Yeah, this is true, but I still got to get ready for bed, go to sleep, and all that. Probably Anakin. Probably Anakin. Masterful says, I put love into all I do, man. That's the goal in life. Exactly. You got to put your love into it. You're passionate about it. You got to be just so set in your ways on stuff, especially when you know how you feel, that gut feeling, you know you're going to be great at it. You just got to chase it, man. You can do it. You can absolutely do it. Fable says, I hope to make a living out of this channel one day. Also, want to make side money from YouTube. We are going to smash it, George. Side money from music. I mean, Fable, anything is possible, bro. Like I was literally just saying. It's anything is possible, man. I've been able to do so many cool things in my personal and professional life in music and entertainment. I've been able to do things and get with people I never thought that I would be able to do growing up, but I never believed that I couldn't do it, you know? And I was able to do it and make it happen. So I was able to do that. There's no reason why I can't do this. So I definitely think you absolutely have what it takes, Fable. I keep reminding you, bro. You got to 1,000 subs. Getting to 1,000 subs puts you in the top 9% of all users on YouTube, which is huge, bro. That is huge. So anything is definitely possible. You said it's still 4 p.m. in my country. Oh my gosh. Masterful says, I gotta agree with her, dog. It's already 4 a.m. These 3 hours of sleep better feel like 7. I hope so, bro. I hope so. That's right, Flacco. A Tribe Called Gaming. That's the name of the channel. A Tribe Called Quest is my favorite hip hop group of all time. I'm a big time hip hop fan and a big time contributor to hip hop culture. And I started a gaming channel. I wanted to pay homage to my favorite group of all time. So A Tribe Called Gaming is what it is. TJ said it's a lot of controversy between them, but Legends like crushed a whole planet with his hand. Oh, Luke, yes, this is true. Flacco says, "How did you contribute to hip hop?" Oh my gosh, man, here we go. I've done more for hip hop than you might imagine. Let's just leave it at that. TJ says Anakin beats the 100 gorillas. The droids barely put up a fight. This is true. This is true. I don't know, guys. Should I do it to him? Masterful says, all right, I'm going to get some shut eye. Y'all fellas and ladies have a great night. It was a dope session. That's right, Masterful. It's good meeting you, bro. You have a great rest of your night. Hopefully that sleep feels like 7 hours of sleep. Hopefully it feels like it. Hope to see you on the next stream, bro. Fable says, there's no way to measure what a person does for an industry, but if they're in it every day and they're about it, then they're doing something. Um, No, there's definitely ways to measure what people do for the industry. I for sure can say that and can attest that there are some ways that you can definitely tell. There's people who do more than others, and I know I've done a lot. The US says, don't get George started again. It's too late. Shade says, B-Raz, you need to get over there and snipe his building's Wi-Fi antenna. Masterful says, haters get anybody going. It's not even that serious. It's just so funny because sometimes I get a comment like that in the hip hop space, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, I've met y'all favorites. Some of them know me by my first name. Like, please, don't do that. And I'm like, don't do that. I'm like, y'all are crazy. Fable says, all right, let George go to bed. B-Raz says, I'm gonna need I'm gonna need to, I fear. Rapper says B-Raz is my future wife. You wish, Rapper. You couldn't afford her. You couldn't afford her even if you wanted to. You even deleted the comment. They wish, man. Oh, they wish. Len is in the chat. What's going on, Len? Do me a huge favor, Len. Hit that like button on the live one time for me. Hit that like button on the live so we can get to 40 likes on this live. Um, TJ said, she said, nope, I got my guy. Shay said, bro was destroyed. We got to 40 likes, guys. There it is. Big 40 likes on this live. I appreciate you guys. I really do. You guys are awesome. Shout out to Land for getting us to that 40th like. I appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. Len says, I hope you get to 10K subs. Len, I hope I get to 10K subs too. That would be a massive, massive milestone. We did just get to 1,000 subs last Friday, which is insane. And we did a giveaway for getting to 1,000 subs. So I think we'll continue to do giveaways each time we get to 1,000 subs each time. So 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, etc. We'll see how the channel continues to grow. I appreciate each and every single one of you. People like Len, people like Fable, people like TJ, B Raz, Shade. Who else was in here? People like Masterful, and even people like my haters like Flacco. I appreciate all of you guys for real. Shout out to Nick, my channel member, the homie Nick. Shout out to Gabby, G Sniper. Appreciate all you guys for real. But y'all know that. Y'all know that. Len says, I have 75 subs. That's pretty awesome. You can go live, Len. You only need 50 to go live. You could go live with 75. Fable says, you'll hit 10K within a year, I reckon. The compound effect in motion. You never know, man. You never know. 10K would be crazy. 10 would be crazy. Shade says, eventually we can all afford a baddie of our own. Well, at least you guys, I got mine covered. That's right, Shade. Nick says, you know we're gonna be here till you have 50 million subs. Who knows, man? Who knows? TJ, you will have somebody. You just wait, bro. It'll come. Just be patient. Just be patient. All right, guys. It's 1 a.m. I think I might have to call it. We might have to wind down here. Fable says, on my way up, I'm going to get a baddie. Then me, my gal, George, and B-Raz can go on a double date. That's what I'm talking about, Fable. Yes. We'll have to go on a double date. That'll be awesome, bro. I love that idea. That would be a great idea. That's right, Fable. And guys, we got Streamlabs working. We're up and running. Tomorrow will be a regular stream. We won't be doing this. We won't be on the phone doing all this. We'll be on a regular stream. We'll be on Mario Kart. We'll be on whatever we want to play. We'll be on though. So we'll be back to the regular stream tomorrow around 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. You know, it's usually around 7 or 8 p.m. 7:30 or 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Land. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you guys for hanging out with me, especially to those of you who are hanging out with me while I was dealing with the technical difficulties, watching that little meter fill up on my update. It was taking forever, but we made it. We figured it out. We're going to be back on Streamlabs tomorrow, so we'll be back to our usual streams. I appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out my boy Fable. You go get that baddie so we can have that double date soon. You, your girl, me, and B-Raz will be awesome. Shout out to Nick, the channel member Nick in the building. I appreciate you. Shout out to my boy TJ, OG fan TJ. Shout out to my boy TJ. Appreciate you. Um, Shout out to Len as well. Shout out, of course, to Fable once again. Shout out to who else? Who else was in here? Shout out to Shade, my boy Shade, of course. And shout out to Gabby holding it down. You know, I appreciate it. What else was I going to say? Oh, Nick said, good night to TJ B. Razum, and most importantly, my biggest hater and nemesis, Gabby. That's hilarious. I'm Mario, she's Bowser. She's about to wake up and say, I'm not Bowser. She's gonna ban you. Watch. But all right, guys, we're gonna call it a night. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back on probably around 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time tomorrow. You know, I'll let you guys know in the Discord. Today was a little bit of a different stream, just because of technical issues. But we'll be back to it tomorrow, and I'll light it up in the Discord so you guys know to come hang out. If you haven't had the chance, do me a huge favor. I posted a YouTube short today. Unboxing my Sega Genesis controller for the Nintendo Switch and Nintendo Switch 2. Do me a favor and go check out that video. It's up on my channel. It's my most recently posted YouTube short. Like it, watch it, comment on it. Leave a funny comment on there. Say, like, I like crazy people or whatever, so we know. I would appreciate that, guys. All right, I'll catch you on the next one, guys. We'll catch you on the next one. You guys have a great rest of your night. We'll see you tomorrow, 7:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Good night, guys. Peace.